Okay, we should be live. The computer is working really hard right now. It's going all out. It's really struggling right now, but it should be good. We should be able to survive. Starting a little bit early, actually. So, we have new GPUs coming next week, according to somebody at Micro Center. But yeah, there's new GPUs coming. I was actually surprised to learn that AMD's new GPUs will probably launch before the NVIDIA ones. So, supposedly, the AMD 9070 and 9070 XT are launching next week on the 23rd of January. That would explain why all the GPUs are sold out. Like all the mid-range to high-end are all completely sold out. I guess Newegg has some stock, but the 9070 XT and the 9070 are supposed to launch next week. Although I don't know if that's correct, because it seems like we've barely gotten any info. Helper90 just subscribed to the channel. Thanks for the sub. Hey Nero, 60% utilization. Oh, you mean the CPU? Yeah, the CPU is working really hard right now. I'm trying to install some games on here. But this computer is different from the previous one. You're disappointed with 5090? We'll wait for next gen. Yeah, most people are probably going to skip this generation. There isn't much of a reason to upgrade, to be honest, unless you are on a much, much older GPU. Like at minimum 30 series or maybe 20 series. And this upgrade cycle is going to be a lot like the upgrades of 2018 and 2019. You're wondering what was chugging? Oh, yeah. Well, it's doing stuff in the background. It's installing games and stuff. So, I guess while we wait, I can show you guys. So this is the CPU. The unboxing is on the channel for the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. You can see this CPU is working really hard right now. A couple of things. We are running 96 gigabytes of RAM because this is the proper amount of memory. This is the recommended minimum spec of memory required for this CPU because the CPU has 24 cores. So the rule of thumb is 4 gigabytes of RAM per physical core. So there are 24 cores. Therefore, this CPU needs 96 gigabytes of RAM. So that is why we have put the appropriate amount in there. The RAM is running at 6400 megatransfers. This is a 2 DIMM configuration. So these are 2 times 48. This is 48 gigabyte DIMMs. And then we have the Intel integrated graphics card here, supposedly doing the, where is the thing here? Like, it's supposed to be doing the encoding. It is, but I don't know where it shows that. It shows it in the utilization, though. There we go. I don't know why it says decode 1, because it's technically supposed to be encoding, not decoding. That is a Windows 11 bug. I noticed Windows 10 doesn't do that. Windows 10 properly enumerates the the drop downs here in Windows 10 are actually more accurate than the ones in Windows 11. So I don't know why. Like Windows 10 will show you if you have dual encoders or not. But Windows 11 is kind of goofy. So you can see the integrated graphics on the Intel Core Ultra 9 is actually encoding the live stream. So we are using the CPU to do the live stream, not the GPU. And then the GPU, let me make sure that I'm correct when I said that. Let me see. We shouldn't be doing anything with video codec. Yeah, so the video codec engine on the 7900 XTX is not in use. So the only thing the GPU is doing is rendering a game. in the background. In this case, we have a game running. That game is Honkai Star Rail. Is the stream set up for that? I don't think I put that in the stream. Yeah, the wrong game is listed. Well, we might actually skip to Genshin, but I'll just put Star Rail because that's actually the correct one. So we're going to update the name here. So yeah, the game, the XTX, normally the Radeon card does the encoding of the live stream, but because this CPU needs to be tested, it is responsible for this live stream. And then, of course, just like the 8700G, the Ryzen 7 8700G, that CPU was the first CPU on desktop to include a NPU. So Intel's Core Ultra 200 series also includes an NPU. So you guys can see it is there in Task Manager. So that is cool to see, but literally it does nothing. It literally doesn't do anything. Like, I don't know how to use it because every time I try to use AI apps on this computer, it just defaults to using the Radeon graphics card. So I guess this is useful if you don't have a discrete graphics card in your computer and you want to do AI things. But as soon as you plug in a GPU, the AI app automatically uses the GPU for the AI. So this AI thing kind of is a waste of silicon. It just kind of sits there and never does anything. It's always 0%. That being said, there were a bunch of BIOS updates for the Intel Core Ultra series recently. Over the last 2 months, there's been like a whole bunch of BIOS updates. One of the BIOS updates that they did fix the issue where if you overclock your memory above 6400, you lose access to the NPU. It basically gets disabled and you cannot start it. It shows up in Device Manager as a code 43 device cannot start due to some issue. Like, it's almost like it's a hardware problem. But you crank the memory down to JDEC and then everything works. So they fixed that with a firmware update, I think like back in December. So far it seems like it's fine. But again, most people aren't really missing out on much with this NPU because it's like if you have a discrete GPU, it doesn't really matter. So, all right, but that being said, this thing does not operate the same as the Intel Core i9 from the previous generation because the cores are laid out in a non-uniform layout. It's not like it was... Well, I guess it's not... No, I shouldn't say it's non-uniform. It is non-uniform, but previously it was non-uniform either. What I mean by that was, if you recall, on the... For example, let's use the Core i9 because that one had the same core count. That one had 8 P cores and 16 E cores. So this Core Ultra 9 is exactly the same. So it also has the same core count. However, the difference is that the P cores on the Core Ultra 9 no longer feature hyperthreading. There is no way to utilize hyperthreading at all. You go into the BIOS and the BIOS literally says hyperthreading unavailable or not available. So there's no way to turn it on or off with the CPU, unlike the previous generation. So we completely lose out on those 8 additional threads, which is kind of a bummer because this thing is supposed to compete with the... Well, I guess technically it's kind of competing with the 14900K, but you know, that's old news now. So typically I would compare this with the Ryzen 9 9950X. The 9950X features 16 P cores, or 16 big cores. And each one of those cores also features simultaneous multi-threading, which is basically the same thing as hyperthreading. It's not exactly the same. The implementation is different because they're using a different patent, so there's a different code path that they use at the microcode level. However, it functions very similar to hyperthreading. So what that means is every single one of those cores on the AMD Ryzen CPU are dual threaded. That means that they can handle 2 threads. They expose themselves to the operating system as 2 threads as opposed to 1 thread. So you get a total of 32 threads on a 16-core Ryzen 9. Whereas with this Intel Core Ultra, if you count all of these little squares here on the screen, the total is going to be 24 because it is 8 P cores plus 16 E cores. So you get 24 cores. all the P cores, all 8 of them, no longer have access to dual thread, which is kind of a bummer because a lot of apps have been written to take advantage of hyperthreading, because hyperthreading is a technology that has existed now for, I think, almost 20 years. It's been out for a long time. Hyperthreading is an old technology, but Intel is abandoning it. So, for whatever reason. So we lose hyperthreading. So that is one thing to note. So the multi-thread performance on these CPUs is going to be a little bit lacking in certain applications compared to the previous generation. However, the saving grace is the E-cores. The E-cores on the new Intel Core Ultra are significantly better than the previous generation's E-cores. So they are kind of able to make up most of the loss in multi-thread performance because they're so much better than the previous generation. So that, as well as the fact that this CPU uses less electricity than the previous Intel CPUs. Now, however, compared to AMD, this is still behind. AMD is still more efficient than the Intel Core Ultra, so it kind of puts Intel in a weird spot right now. My impression of this CPU is that it's a good alternative for a productivity-based computer. Now, if I was going to build a gaming computer, I would definitely not go with the Intel Core Ultra. The other problem with this CPU, and it's just this architecture in general, because Intel decided to put so many different tiles, aka chiplets, on the interposer this time, they called the EMIB. Because they did that, they have all these little islands of all the different parts of the CPU. They're all separated out from each other. It's not monolithic. So because of this, the CPU has increased latency and memory latency compared to the previous generation monolithic die featured on the Intel Raptor Lake generation. So this is the reason why, if you go and talk to people, a lot of people will be like, well, if you really, really want Intel for whatever reason, because you're an Intel fanboy or whatever the reason is, you're better off getting previous generation 14900K because it's kind of a better all-rounder. It's better in gaming than this new Intel. It uses more electricity than this new Intel, but it's better in gaming. It has more multi-thread. Total thread count is 32 threads, so it kind of matches AMD in that regard. It goes toe-to-toe with AMD on equal thread count, whereas here, this has an 8-thread deficit against AMD, so it's kind of in a weird spot. AMD kind of wins on pure thread count. AMD also has Threadripper. That's kind of like... This is the reason why, for those of you that have watched Dragon Ball Z, I'm trying not to use as many Dragon Ball Z references, but basically, Intel is Vegeta. Intel is definitely Vegeta in the Buu saga. And Ryzen is absolutely Goku right now. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, Ryzen can go Super Saiyan 2, which is basically Ryzen 9 9950X, and Intel can go Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2, which is Core Ultra 9 285K. However, remember that Goku has a secret technique that he hid from Vegeta, that being Super Saiyan 3. And you know what that is? Threadripper. And we're going to get a Threadripper Zen 5 this year, and what would be really nice to see is if AMD puts a Threadripper with X3D, which will seal the deal, because that means you can really build a workstation that will trump everything in gaming. So it's kind of weird. Intel's in a really rough spot right now. They have far less profit margin on these CPUs because they have to pay TSMC, just like how Nvidia and AMD have been paying TSMC and Apple has been paying TSMC for years to make their stuff. Intel has been used to making their chips themselves so they can enjoy those fat margins. Now they're not able to get that. So they're really, really struggling right now. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back from this. I do not recommend this CPU for gaming. It is okay for productivity, though. I actually do like the CPU for productivity. It's quieter than the 14900K. It uses less power when it's at full load. However, it's still going to basically lose to AMD in multi-threading, like an absolute multi-threading. So it's like the argument for, oh, you can get it for a mini high-end desktop for productivity. It's like, yeah, you can, but do you really want to when you can just get an AMD? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's tough. It's a weird choice, but regardless, I am going to use this Intel Core Ultra 9 at least for a while, to see what it can do. So as I said earlier, we are using the integrated graphics to encode the live stream. You guys can see that's what's going on right here, instead of using the Radeon graphics card. So the Radeon graphics card gets to sit back and relax. All it has to do is render the game. It doesn't have to do anything anymore, like how it did last time. So anyway, that's going to be it for the overview of the CPU. So let's get this out of the way here. So that being said, the people are probably wondering, like, how did I get one of these things? So this is a Super Saiyan 2, aka Vegeta, Intel Core Ultra 9 with its special packaging. If you guys watch my unboxing video, you would have seen what this includes in the box. Basically, it comes in this really weird diamond thing that you have to disassemble, but it's pretty easy. So I went to Micro Center. I got it from Micro Center. They got them in finally. You know, they got like 15 of them in or whatever. So I also asked the sales guy at Micro Center today. I asked him, how often are you guys restocking on this CPU, the 9800X 3D? And he told me they literally got a giant shipment in of like 9800X 3Ds. So for those of you that live near a Micro Center and you want to build a gaming computer that is efficient and ready to go for RTX 50 series or the Radeon 9000 series that's coming out later this month, yeah, you can pretty much build your whole desktop now in preparation for the GPU, because Micro Center restocked. Like they, I think every single store got like 500 plus CPUs. So AMD shipped a huge amount of CPUs over to Micro Centers nationwide. So there shouldn't be a problem getting a 9800X 3D. I don't know for those of you that are international. My assumption is it's probably going to pick up stock. It's like you're going to be able to get a 9800X 3D if you want one. And then in March, the 9950X 3D is going to launch. We will definitely be picking up one of those for this channel, and I will be covering the 9950X 3D. That will probably become my main CPU, and that will replace this Intel Core Ultra going forward. So, yeah, that's pretty much an update on the CPU piece. Oh, the other thing, so the sales guy at Micro Center, I asked about the GPUs because I was looking at the GPU section in the store. There was literally no GPUs. The only GPUs they had were they had a couple of AMD reference 7900 XTs. They had like 6 of them total, like they're running out of them. And they had like RX 6600s and 6650s, like from 2022, like super old GPUs. And I asked him, they had like no NVIDIA cards except like 40, I think they had like 4070 Supers. They only had 4070 Supers or 4060 something or whatever. So I asked, like, what's the deal with the GPUs? Why do you have no GPUs? Like, why is everything sold out? Like, and he told me it's because NVIDIA and AMD discontinued their current generation stuff last fall. So they basically sold through, they couldn't place any new orders. So all those rumors about like the production stopping, yeah, that's true. That actually really did happen. So there's literally, because I asked him, like, is crypto picking up? Do you have any people coming in here like shadily asking to buy like 50 GPUs, you know, on one order with like 2 carts full of fully loaded with GPUs? And he's like, no, we haven't got anybody like that. So it's definitely because he said there's no problem with supply chain, like it's not a supply chain issue, it's not a chip shortage. It's simply the fact that NVIDIA and AMD discontinued the Radeon 7000 or Radeon 7000 RDNA 3 and the RTX 40 series. So those GPUs are all like end of life. So they're all old news, they're all terrible. So now the future is going to be Radeon 9000 or RTX 50 series. And he told me, now this is coming from someone from Micro Center, they'll remain anonymous, but, and I asked him this while I was picking up the Core Ultra 9. So, and people were looking at me weird because I was, like, getting one of these, and they're like, why are you not getting the, you know, whatever. Anyway, he told me that the AMD GPUs are launching on the 23rd of January, which is literally this coming week. And I was like, "Are you sure about that? Because we haven't heard anything. Like, they AMD like quietly showed them to the press, but there was no like segment of their presentation dedicated to these GPUs. So it was like they're just gonna show up on the 23rd, and you'll just be able to go into a store and buy one." And he was like, "Yeah, their representative from AMD literally told them that it's launching on the 23rd." And I'm like, "Okay, that's very good to know because I did not know that, and I was not expecting that." So it looks like AMD's GPUs are launching very soon. I don't know why, but they are. So 9000 series is supposedly going to launch before the 50 series, which is very, very strange. But it does make sense when you think about it, because it's like, okay, if they do in fact launch first before the like 5070 and the 5070 Ti, that puts Nvidia kind of like on the back foot, because the sales guy at Micro Center told me, from what he's seen and what he's been briefed on, like, he can't talk about any numbers, he can't say anything specifically, but I'll tell you, like, the Micro Center sales people already know how the 50 series is going to perform. They know how the AMD cards are going to perform. They also know the pricing of all these cards. The AMD cards and the NVIDIA cards. Now, we only know the NVIDIA cards pricing because those were shown off at CES. We don't know, like, the public doesn't know the AMD pricing yet. So, but the salespeople do know that, the retailers. So, what he said was that, and he couldn't share everything, but he did say that based off of what was presented to them, he was disappointed by both NVIDIA and AMD. He told me that it feels like another 20 series launch. And I told him that that's kind of what I already expected, and I've already kind of been sort of advertising that message that, guys, like, this is going to be a return to 2018 for NVIDIA, and it's like another reset moment for AMD. So it's like a return. So it's like a return to 2018/2019. Like 2018 20 series, 2019 RX 5000 series. So, and when I told him that, he had to think for a second, like, oh, yeah, you know what, you're actually right. Yeah. So, Ollie, thanks for the sub. So yeah, it's gonna probably be, so the Radeon cards are gonna be a whole lot like the 5700 XT and the 5700. And then the NVIDIA cards are gonna basically be exactly like the 20 series. So the 5090 is going to be like the 2080 Ti, except it's going to be way more expensive than the 2080 Ti. And then and it just goes down from there. So I think out of all of them, I think the 5080 and down are going to be very disappointing. The 5090 is the only one that's going to look good from the NVIDIA stack. Like, that's the only one that's going to look good in terms of how it performs. Except it's just super expensive. Like, that's the main thing. And okay, because when you look at the 5090, 32 gigabytes of VRAM. That's very good. That's a good amount of VRAM. But it's $2,000. But still, 32 gigabytes of VRAM. You can't really argue with that. And it's fast, but it's more expensive than the previous generation. So it performs better than the previous generation, but it's more expensive than the previous generation. Whereas, if you look at NVIDIA's other graphics cards, the 5080 is cheaper than the 4080's launch price, which is kind of telling you that it's not going to be that great. Like, NVIDIA is setting the price with the expectation of how the public is going to perceive the products, so they're trying to soften the blow by having the launch price lower than where you would expect it to be, if that makes sense. And then the AMD cards are kind of a mystery to the public because AMD's been so quiet about them. But, you know, they're just going to be like the 5700 XT and the 5700. They're going to be great value. They're not going to wow anybody with, like, top-tier 4K gaming performance or anything like that. But I don't think that's what they're supposed to do. So, people who expect AMD to bring something out that's going to match a 5090, they have unrealistic expectations. And they don't understand, like, how these things work. at the end of the day. Like, they don't understand product roadmaps. They don't understand how engineering teams have to develop these things. So there's like too much stuff involved that we're not going to get into here on this discussion. But like, if you want an AMD card that's going to like beat the 5090, you're going to be waiting until the end of next year. So you're literally waiting almost 2 years if you're waiting for a Radeon card that can mop the floor with the 5090. So you'll be waiting for a while. Pretty much you'll be waiting the entire generation of the 5090. So just keep that in mind. All right. So now that I've completed reeling all the info, the insider, well, not really insider info, but like the info from the sales side, from the retailer market. Now let's see what people are saying. So, Met is saying 9070 XT is going to be a GPU that is compared to the 5070 Ti. Yeah, I can see that happening. 5070 only equal to 4070 Ti. What are your price predictions for 7900 XT and 7900? Or not 7. What did I say? 9070 XT. What did I say? 7900? Oh, 9070 XT and 9070. Do you believe they will be DOA? They're definitely not going to be DOA because it's literally your only option. All the RDNA 3 cards have been discontinued. Except for the lower end, I think. I think like the 7600, the 7600 XT, I think those are still technically being manufactured, I think. But those are monolithic. Those are the monolithic ones. Those don't actually use the chiplets. B&H Photo has the Asus 9070 up. Oh, that was what I was going to tell you guys. So it's hilarious because there was this story that came up today. Right here. Or no, not here. Where is it? Radeon. No, hold on. What's the article? Oh yeah, this one. Check this out. AMD Radeon 9070 XT and 9070 custom models in stock at European stores. Okay, at first I was like, man, this is fake. But then after listening to what that Micro Center sales guy told me, how they're already briefed on the whole thing and the whole thing's launching like next week, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so these stories about like, oh, they're already inside the stores. I was like, oh, that's actually correct. So this is actually legit, real. So they're already in the store. So, okay, the other thing that I can tell you guys. So I asked the Micro Center guy, and I'm actually really glad that he was able to tell me this, because I didn't know if he was supposed to tell me this. But what he did say, I asked him, which brands are going to be at Micro Center? Because you know how on Tech Thursdays, this past Tech Thursdays, we listed, like, if you want a specific brand of GPU on launch day, you need to go to a certain website or a certain store. Remember that? We did this segment for NVIDIA, but we did not do it for AMD. Because I didn't even know that the AMD cards are launching next week. So I asked him, like, which ones is Micro Center going to have on launch day? Like Power Color, XFX, blah, blah, blah. Like, are you guys going to get Sapphire? So this is what he told me. He told me, absolute 100% Micro Center will have Power Color and Asus. Asus and Power Color. He even told me that they already have the TUF, the 9070 and 9070 XT TUF and Prime in the store right now. Like, they already have the 9070 XT and the 9070 in the store, like in the Micro Center store, in the back. He can't sell it to me, but he already has them. He's got the Asus TUF, the Asus Prime, and he said they got the Power Color, the Red Devil, and then here's the funny thing. He said there's like another Power Color. It's like, he said it's got a different name that they've never used before. And then I finished the sentence for him. I said, you mean the Reaper? It's the Reaper, isn't it? He's like, yeah, the Reaper. That's the one. That's the Reaper. So we got the Reaper. So that's because they showed that at CES. So that's why I knew that. So they're going to have Power Color and Asus. And maybe, he said maybe Gigabyte. He wasn't 100% sure on the Gigabyte, though. Like the Gigabyte Elite. So, Asus Asus and Power Color, maybe Gigabyte. Micro Center will have those three. I asked about XFX and Sapphire. He told me that he doesn't know if they'll have those two at launch. He said if they do get those, he said XFX, usually they only get XFX later on, in the second half of a GPU's lifespan. And that has to do with, you guessed it, exclusivity deals. So I don't know if it's exactly exclusivity deals when it comes to AIBs, but Best Buy has a deal with, they have like an agreement with XFX. So if you want an XFX, you got to go to Best Buy. If you want Power Color, now Power Color is like the opposite. Power Color has a partnership with Micro Center. So Micro Center is usually like a solid choice if you want a Power Color, like a Red Devil or a Hellhound or now the Reaper. So they're going to be an option for you if you live near Micro Center and you want a Power Color. Asus, basically everybody gets Asus. Best Buy doesn't get Asus on launch typically. They might get the TUF for Best Buy, but I don't know. I haven't checked with Best Buy. Like, I don't know what the story is with Best Buy when it comes to the Radeon cards. You think XFX is the only AMD card Best Buy carries? XFX is the only one that they carry in the store, physically. But you can order, like, Asus and Gigabyte and MSI. Well, okay, MSI is not making these AMD cards, at least not at launch. But you have been able to order Gigabyte and Asus through Best Buy. Definitely Gigabyte, and historically MSI as well. But yeah, XFX is the one that they typically have in the store. They don't carry Power Color, and they don't carry Sapphire. Micro Center gets Sapphire, but they typically don't get a whole lot of Sapphire. And my experience with Micro Center in the past is that they don't have they don't have a good amount of stock for Sapphire, especially at a product launch. They get them later. So, alright, so let's do what we did yesterday, except this time we're going to do it for Radeon. Or not yesterday. Let's do exactly what we did on Tech Thursdays, except this time it'll be for Radeon. So, where to... Oh, wow, this computer doesn't normally use Paint. Where to buy the new... the RDNA 4, aka Radeon 9070 XT and 9070 on launch day. So it's like, where do you go? What do you do? Now again, this is going to be for the North American audience because, oh boy, I've heard that it's harder to buy Radeon overseas than GeForce. It really just depends on the market, though. But yeah, typically NVIDIA's supply chain globally is much, much stronger than AMD's for GPUs. So that's another reason why NVIDIA has higher market share. So Micro Center will have the following on launch day: Asus, Power Color, Gigabyte, and that might be it. I'm trying to think, like, what other AMD brands are there? I think those are the ones that they'll have. Unless they magically have Sapphire. Sapphire is a big maybe. And that's a big maybe. So I wouldn't count on Micro Center if you want a Sapphire day one. So those are the brands for Micro Center. Then we have Newegg. Newegg is actually probably the best choice. Like, this is your best bet if you want like a specific one. Newegg will have Asus, Power Color, Sapphire, Gigabyte, XFX, and who's the other one? Those other weird ones like Yeston and the ones that you can find on Newegg, those are typically not available on launch day. They will show up later. So if you want those like anime ones, you can't get those on launch day. Those show up later. Those Yeston ones, or Maxsun. But, okay, Asus Power Color. Is there anyone we're missing? I know MSI would have been listed here, but I don't know what the deal is with MSI and Radeon cards these days, so I'm just not going to list them. We have to go back to that website, because I forgot already, like, what was on that picture. Oh, how could I forget ASRock? ASRock would also be on Newegg. I don't know if they'll be at Micro Center, though. Possibly. I think that's it. Yeah. I don't know if Micro Center will have ASRock on launch day. They might, but I'm going to put them as a maybe. Just like Sapphire. They might. They might have, like, the Steel Legend. Maybe, like, one Tai Chi or something. It would be really rare. So, those are the choices. So, for those two, and then Amazon will not have these at launch. Like, if you're going to buy one of these off of Amazon, you'll be buying from a scalper. So don't use Amazon as a primary source for a GPU launch, like as I mentioned in the NVIDIA stream. So Micro Center, Newegg, who else? Oh, Best Buy. Best Buy is not really that good of a choice for AMD compared to GeForce. But Best Buy will have XFX, and that's pretty much it. And also, maybe, AMD Reference. Maybe. But it's like, it will be like online only. This will be like an online only thing. And then the other choice would be like AMD.com. AMD, you can still buy, although I haven't seen them recently, but it might have just been because they discontinued RDNA 3. AMD.com is a legitimate way to buy AMD GPUs. However, AMD's website will be for the AMD reference cards. So if you want an AMD reference card, so think of it like Founders Edition. Founders Edition, like technically that's like an NVIDIA thing that people refer to the NVIDIA cards since the 10 series. But if you want the Founders Edition equivalent, the AMD reference design, you can literally just buy one off of AMD.com, provided they don't sell out instantly. So that's like a legit way to get the AMD reference. Best Buy also does sell the reference card, but it's typically very low volume, and it'll be like online only. Like they won't actually carry them in the store. Yeah, made by AMD. MBA, yeah. Do you think a 9070 XT is going to beat a 50? No, it won't. It won't. It's not aiming to do that. No. So, okay, so here's the lineup. So 9070 XT is replacing the 7900 XT. The 9070 is replacing... Wait, why am I typing it this way? I guess I can type it this way, although it's kind of like, well, you're moving. Well, let's do it the opposite. 7900 XT is being replaced by the 9070 XT. 7800 XT is being replaced by the 9070. And then the, well, is there another one? I think it's just those two, right? I think it's just those two.
All the big hardware channels are just doing reviews from a critical standpoint to feed the sour grape people who can't afford the top-of-the-line hardware. You are the only one who helps us real buyers.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I don't know, am I really helping you guys? Like, I know a lot of my viewers are actually not in the US, and unfortunately, I'm not knowledgeable of the retail stores, like, in the European Union or in the Far East. Besides the Japanese retailers, I don't know, like, other than, like, Mind Factory in Germany, and I think Overclockers UK, and there was another website that I'm forgetting the name. It's, like, another one that I think the UK has. But besides those, like, I don't know how useful I am in terms of trying to help people that are trying to buy one from the international market or from overseas, but I appreciate that. But for the question earlier, this is the intended replacement. So for those of you that were wondering, the 7900 XT is being replaced by the 9070 XT, and the 7800 XT is being replaced by the 9070. That means that these cards should be, okay, they're either going to be cheaper than the previous generation while performing similarly, or they're going to be faster than the previous generation. There is no replacement to the XTX. You're happy you went with Asus TUF 7900 XTX? Yeah, so in fact, in some ways, it's more like this. But, we'll just leave it like this, because I think this is going to be a better value and a better overall performer versus the 7900 XT. The one thing, though, is there is, if we're comparing the 7900 XT with 20 gigabytes of VRAM, to the new AMD card. The new AMD card has less VRAM. I can't type today. I think the 9070 is also 16 gigabytes. I hope it is. Does anybody know for a fact if those have the same amounts of VRAM? They should. Does that make sense? Because the 7900 XT was actually a very good GPU. This GPU was often overlooked. It was overlooked by a lot of people for a multitude of reasons. Number one, the GRE was almost as fast as this, and it was significantly cheaper. It was like better value. The other problem was the NVIDIA 4070 Ti, which was actually slower than this GPU, yet it was priced about the same amount of money, was better in ray tracing. It was better in ray tracing, but this GPU had 20 gigabytes of VRAM, and that one only had 12. So it's like, I would take the 20 gigabytes over the better ray tracing performance. Considering ray tracing performance doesn't really matter unless you're at the ultra high end anyway. So this GPU was definitely the smart man's buy. Like, the people who bought this over a 4070 Ti or a GRE probably got the better overall deal long term because of that 20 gigabytes. Because AMD isn't even going to launch a GPU this year that matches the 20 gigabytes of the 7900 XT. You do understand that that's a rumor. So that the rumored goal was a rumored goal. Yeah, it was a rumor. 9070 box, yes. Like, if I had to choose between GRE and the XT, like, if the XT, back when the XT was like $750 and the GRE was like $600, well, yeah, it's tough because the GRE was like such a good price. That's why. The GRE was just priced so aggressively. Yeah, that is a tough call. But the like the 7900 XT versus the 4070 Ti, that's a no-brainer. I would go with the 7900 XT like 100% of the time. Compared to the cheapest XTX model? Well, no, because when the XTX went down in price, the 7900 XT also went down in price. And the reality is the 7900 XT, this GPU saw significantly deeper price reductions than the XTX ever saw. Like, this thing got down to like $690, $680 at the end of its life. Like, in the last couple of months, you could get one of these for like less than $700. You could never do that with the XTX. which RTX 50 will be the best price performance? Probably the 5070. You remember the 700 XT being overly expensive at launch? Yeah, it was overly expensive. It was $900. It was $900 at launch. The problem was, I think AMD had really good yields, so they didn't. They either had too few of the cut down die to sell, or there was some weird thing where it's like their yields were actually pretty good, so they could manufacture a large quantity of the full XTX. So they were just, it's like the XT was just there to upsell people to the XTX. But then over time, they're going to get more cut down dies. So then they could start dropping the price on the XT to a more appropriate level. That's what ended up happening. That's why it was like that. No, it was always $100 at launch. You think the RT will be a big selling point of the 79 or the 9070 XT? Same with proper upscaling. You guessed 9070 XT would beat the 7900 XTX in RT, those slower masterized game. Yeah, but okay. I mean, I guess, you know what I think we'll probably see happen in some titles at 1440p with ray tracing maxed out. Maybe you'll see the 9070 XT pull ahead of the XTX, but only in those corner cases where you're playing the game at 1440p, not 4K, 1440p, and the RT is like turned up a lot to basically kneecap the XTX. That's how it's going to win. It's going to win by kneecapping the XTX with RT. That's basically what it's going to do. One thing that came out here, and I think I saw the video, but we're just going to go into this leaked image here from the Moore's Law is Dead. So right here, there is an image showing the alleged performance of these graphics cards. Now, the first one at the top here is the Navi 48 XTX. So the red bar is the 9070 XT. The orange bar underneath it is the 9070. The blue bar is the 7900 XTX. And then this like olive green bar or gray bar. Can't really tell, it's either green or gray. Basically the fourth one is the 7900 XT. And then the final one down here at the bottom, the white bar, is the 7800 XT. So one thing is for sure. So this first one at the top here is Black Myth Wukong at 1080p. 1080p upscaled to... let me see. How do I... Okay, here we go. Black Myth Wukong benchmark tool 1080p upscaled to 4K. So this first one is Black Myth Wukong 1080p upscaled to 4K. So basically 1080p. DX12 ray tracing on high. So the 9070 XT can handle Black Myth Wukong ray tracing high at 46 frames per second. The 9070 does 38.9, basically 39 frames per second. The 7900 XTX does 31 frames per second. The 7900 XT does an unplayable 25 frames per second, and the 7800 XT does 20 frames per second. So that's Black Myth Wukong. That is like worst case scenario. This is like the hardest game to run. except if you're like comparing like a full path traced game, which we're going to get into here shortly. So next we have Hitman 3. Hitman 3, and they don't say the resolution, but I'm going to assume that it's 4K resolution based off of these numbers. So Hitman 3 at 4K, DX12, they're doing 32 frames per second on the 9070 XT. And then all the other cards are basically like sub 30, including the mighty XTX. What's interesting is the 9070 is 1 FPS slower than the XTX in Hitman 3 at 4K resolution. This is impressive considering these new AMD cards are not designed for 4K. Like, a 256-bit bus is not what I consider a 4K graphics card. You can use it for 4K, but I don't think it's designed for 4K. That memory bus is too narrow. It needs to be 384. Or in the case of NVIDIA with the upcoming 5090, they went really wide with a 512 thick memory bus for that 4K resolution. So next we have F123. Again, high settings. So here is an interesting one. The 9070 XT is at 56 to the 7900 XTX at basically, if you round that one up, it goes 57. But they're almost exactly the same. So it's almost capable of matching an XTX, despite the fact that it has a 256-bit bus versus the 384-bit bus on the XTX. So, and then you see the, okay, here, again, the cut down, the 9070, is almost as fast as the 7900 XT. And then we can see that the 7800 XT is like way behind. Now, the reason why AMD or whoever is doing these tests, the reason why the 7800 XT is included is because the 7800 XT was AMD's 256-bit bus RDNA 3 GPU. So if you're thinking, like, if you want to look at a generational uplift from RDNA 3 to RDNA 4, the proper comparison is the 7800 XT versus the 9070 XT. And this is a massive improvement, especially when you look at those RT results. Like Black Myth Wukong, the 7800 XT is only managing 20 frames per second versus 46 on its successor. So that shows, like, that's more than double. That's like a huge improvement. Next, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. This game is so old, but this is going to be 4K, Ultra, everything, like, maxed. So, including the RT, I would assume. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I don't know if RT, it's not listed. So, we'll just say, like, 4K maxed out, because these numbers are definitely 4K numbers. So, 70, although, why is that? Wouldn't that be higher? Anyway, 79 frames versus like 81 frames. But again, you have to look at how it compares to its predecessor, the 7800 XT. So 79, basically 80 frames per second versus 50 frames per second. So it's like 30 frames per second faster, gen over gen improvement. So that's pretty good. And then finally, Cyberpunk with the 4K ray tracing Ultra. So this is, I don't know, I'm not familiar with Cyberpunk 2077, so I have no idea what that means. My assumption is ray tracing Ultra is basically full path tracing. So this is the full path tracing. So with full path tracing, Cyberpunk 2077 at 4K resolution, the 9070 XT is doing 24 frames per second. The cut down die, the 9070, does 20 frames per second. So none of these are really playable. But this is full path trace at 4K. And the XTX does 20 frames per second. So it's interesting because it's like, wow, if you look at the ray tracing performance, the 9070 XT like demolishes AMD's previous generation. Like, it's so much better than the previous generation. But pure rasterization, I'm guessing F123 or Hitman, or I don't even know which one is the example. Is Shadow of the Tomb Raider the rasterization example? Like, I don't know. We would need a larger sample set. And also, the full details on this doesn't even really show. Like, some of them say 4K, some of them don't. So it's like, I don't really know what this means. I would assume Hitman 3 is 4K because of those numbers are really low. But who knows? You think it might just be regular RT set to Ultra instead of path tracing? Shadow of the Tomb Raider supports RT. Unsure if it's using RT. These numbers probably are the RT numbers, but it doesn't say. So out of all of these games, I only have Black Myth Wukong and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I don't have F123. I don't think I have Hitman 3, unless I got it for free from some AMD bundle years ago. And I definitely don't have Cyberpunk. So it's like, I'm only really familiar with Shadow of the Tomb Raider's results. And these results look like ray tracing is turned on. So, because I'm used to seeing significantly higher numbers on Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So, I don't know what this is, but yeah. What else? So, they've got... oh, they have more. There's more! Okay, Watch Dogs Legion Ultra. But again, it doesn't say what the resolution... Oh, here it is. Okay, max 4K. So that's 2160p with a 7800X3D with 32 gigabytes running at 4800 megatransfers on the RAM. So now we know what it's actually tested. Okay, so it's running JDEC RAM DDR5 with a 7800X3D. Okay, so now we know how they tested it. So Watch Dogs Legion, 91 frames and 79 frames versus 96 frames and 82 frames. So here, RDNA 3 is faster. But this is, the thing is, this is like, okay, you know what this is like? This is like somebody showing leaked benchmarks of the 5080 versus the 4090. Because the 9070, or it's like, okay, or it's more like the 5070 versus the 4080. Or something like that. It's that kind of thing. So it's like, okay, well, just in terms of the flagship and the cut and the one reduced. So it's like, okay, this is basically showing that a 5070 is almost as fast as a like 4080 in rasterization. That's kind of what this is telling me, because the 9070 XT is a successor to a 7800 XT. So it's basically like saying, hey, look, the 7800 XT's successor is almost as fast as the XTX. And in some scenarios, it's actually faster than the XTX. That's basically what this says. Which means AMD is getting better generational uplifts than NVIDIA. Because if we do the math, like in this first one, Watch Dogs Legions, 63 over 91. So that is like 31% faster. 31% faster in Watch Dogs Legion versus the 7800 XT. Because that is the proper comparison. Far Cry 6. AMD had a lot to gain in RT. Yeah, but are all of these RT results? Watch Dogs Legion doesn't say RT anywhere. Doesn't say RT anywhere. Far Cry 6 Ultra. 115 versus 119 versus 70 or versus 80 frames per second. So 115 versus 80. So what is that uplift? Let's open up the calculator again. So 80 into 115. So again, like 31%. So it's starting to look like the... Okay, hold on a second. I just realized something. I can already... Let me do a couple more of these, because then I can do the math and I can figure it out. I can figure it out. I can figure out how fast this is gen over gen. So 108 into 155 again. Man, are they all the same? Whoa, they're hitting their goal. I can see the goal. I can see what the design goal. Whoa, this one. Okay, that one's not as much. 130 over 163. So that's like 21%, 20 to 21% faster. Okay, so that's less of an uplift. 82 into 121. So that's 33 or 32% uplift. That's a higher uplift. 71 into... I would have to average all of these, but it's starting to look like it's 30 to 31% faster. So that means we can already deduce where this is going to land in terms of uplift. So I can already predict. It's like the election. It's like I can already predict where it will land. I can already predict how much faster this is. Okay, so the 9070 XT will land around a 3090 Ti, or a 7900 XT. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. I'm doing the math. I can project that the 9070 XT will be similar to the 7900 XT or the 3090 Ti in rasterization uplift. Rasterization uplift. Now let's do the math on that Black Myth Wukong thing, because I want to see what that was. That was a ridiculously high number. Okay, that one... Where's my calculator? Why did I close calculator? Okay, that one was... Wait, where is the thing? 20 into 46. $57% uplift? Wait, is that right? Hold on, did I do that correctly? That's not 50, that's more than 50, isn't it? 20 into 46. No, that's 60 something. No. 57%? What? Wait, what? I don't know. See, the problem with ray tracing is there's no way to like objectively show where it is. I don't know where that's gonna land. That's like off the scatter. Like the scatter is gonna blow up. That's over 100% faster. No, look, because look at this. This is 20. This is 40 will be like double. 40 is double. 46 is more. It's more than double. It's more than double. Yeah. What? The scouter almost broke. Like check the power level. What? Like it's like what? It's undefined. What? That means it's double. Okay, but however, I can already project where it will land in terms of rasterization. Rasterization. In terms of rasterization, it will be about 30% faster than the 7800 XT. And that is in line... Hold on. Let me do one thing. Let's go to this card, because I want to see what AMD's last uplift was for their top end. Okay, so they did get a bigger gap last time for the top end, but let's see. What about the... What was their uplift from this thing? It was almost nothing. So yeah, well, that's because this was like a weird... This was like a big die. So that's... hold on. This was their 70 compute. What is the compute count on this thing? No, not this. This one is how many compute? This is their 60 compute. Okay, so what was their RDNA 2 60 compute? Was it 6700 XT? No, that's 40. What had 60 compute units on RDNA 2? Was it the 6800? The 6800. But they only got like 20% uplift. Gen over gen there. So that's why last gen AMD was so weird. Last gen AMD was like NVIDIA's RTX 20 series. Like for everything except the big Navi. So what the heck? This is all messed up. So I can already project without any reviews. I already know exactly where this will land in terms of rasterization. But in terms of ray tracing, this thing, so the new 9070 will be as fast as a 7900 XT or a 3090 Ti. Because the 7900 XT and the 3090 Ti are almost identical in rasterization performance. So they are both about 30% faster than the 7800 XT. And doing the math on all of these, it looks to me like the 9070 XT will be as fast as the 7900 XT. So all those rumors, I guess, hold on, where's the 40 Ti Super is also almost as fast as those, but 7900 XT is faster than the 4070 Ti Super Duper. So that thing was still utter garbage. So the 9070 XT will be faster than 4070 Ti Super Duper, and it will be about the same as the 7900 XT and the 3090 Ti, which also means that it will be faster than the GRE. However, the wild card here is the ray tracing, because the RT performance is so much better. It's like so stupidly better, like it's ridiculously better than RDNA 3 that I don't even know what, like, it's like this thing already wins GPU of the year. Without even looking at any reviews, the 9070 XT is going to win like best GPU of the year because it's going to have the best price to performance value. So it's going to bring the value proposition. It's going to like utterly destroy all of AMD's previous generation ray tracing performance metrics. And then it's also going to bring the machine learning upscaler. Basically, it's going to have DLSS quality upscaling. So, yeah, we're basically looking at GPU of the year. It's like we're literally in January and we already know like which GPU is best GPU of the year. That's hilarious. The thing hasn't even launched yet. We already know. How would it fare against the 4080 and the 5080? We already know. It's slower. We already know. You know why? You go to this. You click this guy and you look. The 4080 is 12% faster. So, but we're kind of like literally just using these guys. So I'm going to say the 4080 is like 10% faster than the 9070 XT. So what I want to see is how does that RT perform? How does that RT perform? Because that is going to be really interesting. That is going to be the most interesting aspect of this. That and the machine learning based upscaling. So if we go back, well, actually, just stay on this guy, I guess. So the 7900 XTX is about 15% faster. So okay, so we can start drawing some preliminary conclusions. So a 3090 Ti. Okay. So the 7900 XTX is about 15% faster than the upcoming 9070 XT. This is my prediction. That'll be my prediction. Yeah, like I said, this is going to be a 1440p graphics card. This is going to be 1440p. You can use it for 4K, although it's not recommended. Especially if you're going to use it long term. Like if you're going to keep it for like at least one entire GPU generation. Well, okay. Actually, hold on a second. If you buy a 9070 XT to use with 4K, and you're going to upgrade in 2 years, then it's actually not a big deal. If you plan on upgrading every generation, it's not really a big deal. But still, I don't know. I really think this GPU is meant for 1440p. The 256-bit bus is a dead giveaway that it's a 1440p GPU. Probably closer to GRE in price. So, you might be right. Well, I think the price should be somewhere in this range. It should be somewhere in this range. 500 to 649. Oh, it's cut off. Actually, go ahead and do this. RX 9070 XT should be somewhere in that range. RX 9070 should be somewhere in, hold on. This one would be like 449 to 549. I would imagine. Somewhere around there. Okay, so 9070 though. That's the weird one because it's like I need to do the math on that. We can already figure that one out too. We can already do the math. It's all math. It's so easy. You just, as long as you have like as long as these leaked benchmarks are legitimate, we can already determine like where the price should be actually. Did I say 399 on there? No, that's right. No, 499 is correct. Well, hold on a second. Let me see one thing. Where's Tweaktown? Let's go back to the Tweaktown. Because they also showed those numbers. So let's do some math real quick. So again, 62 into 79. Okay. So that's like 2280 into 101. So again, that's like 21. 108 into 141. Okay. 120 into 137. Oh, again, okay, so that one's like 17. So it's looking more like 20%. 30 into 137. These are not, or 142. 130 into 142. 81 into 107. This one I'm gonna say is like 20% because this one's kind of like all over the place. So actually, that means we go back to this guy. You do the 20 to 21. There's literally like nothing in here. Okay, so it's basically 4070 Ti. Well, it's actually between these two. Oh, wait a minute. Wouldn't that be? No, that wouldn't be GRE. That'd be faster than GRE. Although GRE's numbers on Tech Power Up are so inaccurate. This one, the closest thing is like... Okay, so if that's going to be like that, then what are those cards priced at? Well, this is NVIDIA pricing. NVIDIA pricing is dumb. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. So this would be more like this one's pricing. $449. Okay, so it would be priced like this thing. That's what I said. $449. All right, so I was right on the money. Okay. So those are the ranges. Those are the ranges that make sense to me. So, okay. Well, that's pretty much it. So we kind of know these things are launching surprisingly fast. They're launching this week. On Thursday. Isn't Thursday the 23rd? What a strange launch. I'm still not 100% convinced that they're launching on Thursday, but I wouldn't be surprised after talking to the person from Micro Center. I think these are going to be the more interesting ones, though. Like, in terms of the middle of the stack, like what's coming out this year, I think these are the ones that make a lot of sense. Unless you play games at 4K. I think launch is the 23rd. Isn't it? Why is it that the retailers already have them? It's like, why are they already in the stores? Like, hold on, where's that one story? Look at this. Custom models in stock in European stores. Why? Like, check this out. Look, someone already has a Sapphire. Someone already got a Sapphire in the store. That is a Sapphire. Oh, I'm not even sharing it. Whoops. Someone already has a Sapphire in the store. Guy in Israel has one? Wait, what? For real? Wait, what? Hold on. AMD's board partners flaunted their new Radeon XT and custom models at the thing, but no one expected to see retail units pop up anytime soon. Earlier today, a Brave Soul uploaded compelling new evidence on the Team Red subreddit. They claimed they were surprised to see early. Yeah, the guy at Microsoft told me the exact same thing. He told me they already have the Asus TUF and the Prime in the back. Like, we already got the 9070 XT. So he was like, 9070 XT, 9070, we got both of them. We got Asus already, and Power Color. We got Power Color Asus already, in the store, already. Like, what? We got boxes of them, like, what? How? Like, they haven't even told anybody anything yet. Like, okay, upload. It's like, have review samples been sent out? Because how come stores already have them? How do stores get them before the reviewers? It's like, uploaded photos show several Sapphire poles sitting in an Israeli computer store stockroom. This leak has semi-ruined Sapphire's staggered poles-oriented marketing campaign. Yesterday, a teaser image emerged via an official social media. Oh, the Sapphire has revealed... What? That's nothing. What is this? Flow-through design. Man, everybody's doing flow-through. Okay, Sapphire was the first one to do the flow-through before anyone else. Sapphire was the first one to do the flow-through back in 2015 with the R9 Fury. Okay, that's the Pure. That's not the Pulse. And then there's this random thing, like what with this weird grill on the front. That's a Nitro, but still, like, I can't tell if it's an 8-pin. Oh wait, it's dual 8-pin. Someone already recorded unboxing the Asus TUF. What? How? Wait, the Asus TUF? Oh yeah, this thing. You know, Micro Center already has this thing in the store. That's what's funny. They already have the TUF Gaming. TUF Gaming. This is such a weird launch. This is such a weird logic. It's like, I like how it's like AMD stays silent. It's like, what? The Prime. Oh man, Micro Center has both of them already. They got both of them in there already. Tough and Prime are already at Micro Center. The RT is better than the XTX. It's gonna be way better. Like, didn't we just look at the thing? Look. Look at that. XTX does 30 FPS. The 9070 XT does 46. So many people comparing this thing to an XTX. That would be like... That's like people trying to take a 5080 and compare it to a 4090. Which people will do. But it's kind of the wrong comparison. The heavier the RT, the better. Yeah, look at this! Man, AMD shaders, though, like, RDNA 2 and 3 shaders were so buff that the shaders could actually handle RT operations without dedicated, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, try to run ray tracing on a 1080 Ti and see what happens. It can't even lift. That thing can't even lift. RDNA 2 and 3 lift. Those GPUs can lift, man. Think about it like this. Like the 30 and the 40 series and the 50 series, those things are using like hydraulics to lift the RT for them. The RDNA, the RX 6000 and the RX 7000, those things literally lift those things up with their own bare hands. That's exactly what I'm saying. Do you even lift? That's exactly what I'm saying. The RDNA 3 and the RDNA 2, those GPUs, they lift. Those things lift. The NVIDIA GPUs, they use a hydraulic lift. They themselves aren't actually doing the lifting. It's called dedicated hardware that does it for them. RDNA 4 is going to start doing hydraulic. It's going to have a hydraulic lift. It's not going to lift anymore. They're done doing the lifting thing. They skip leg day, though? Wait, what does that mean? Like, they skip leg day? What? What? No, they can still run marathons. You turn the RT off, then it's leg day. You don't run RT, that's the jogging. You know what I'm saying? It has it also. Okay. All these analogies, man. Like, RDNA 2 and RDNA 3 lift. But apparently the NVIDIA GPUs can't lift. Or they don't have to because they use some tool to do it for them. But now RDNA 4 is going to also use the tool as well. Oh man. All right, anyway. So that's basically it. Like that's the leaked info that I have to share. The main thing is this really coming out on the 23rd? Cuz that guy at Micro Center, that sales guy at Micro Center seemed like so sure that it was launching on the 23rd. Here's another one. 9070 XT and 9070 listed on a Danish retailer, getting stocked on the 23rd of January. Availability is in stock. The cards are now being listed by various retailers. Man, that's, I don't know, that's crazy. That is crazy. Wow. Cyborg arms and legs do the lifting. Exactly, man. That's exactly what the dedicated hardware is supposed to be there for. Radar starts at 9 a.m. So, who here's getting the 9070 or 9070 XT? Like, are you guys on really old GPUs? And you're on 1440p? Do I need to do a requirements list? Like who should upgrade? And what you need to have? I'll make a poll. Okay. Thanks for the sub. Are you getting a 9070 XT or 9070? Yes or no? Very simple poll. You're on 3080 Ti. Oh yeah. Yeah, dude. I got off that thing as soon as possible. That's just how it is, it being slower. It's kind of split 40-60. 40-60, 40% say yes. About 60% say no. It will be good for ultra-wide. If you're on ultra-wide, it's a good GPU for that. Let's put it this way. It's an okay GPU for 4K, but not the ideal because of the bus width, but it's good for the lower resolutions. Where do you think 9060 XT will land? I don't know, because that one, I don't know what the die size is. If I can figure out what the memory bus width is and the die size, then I can get an idea. But until I know that, I have no idea. The 9070 is a successor to the 7700 XT, though. New PC build RTX. You're getting the 5080. You're getting the 5080? You're tempted to get the 9070 XT instead of the 5080. I don't really upgrade often. I just wanted to hit 240 plus in 1440p. Well, what games do you play? What will be AMD's top offering? 9070 XT. Stuck on 9070 XT versus 50. Guys, 9070 XT versus 5080 is a wrong comparison. That comparison is so wrong on so many levels. That is not the correct comparison. You're comparing apples and oranges. You also saw that what 5080 price is like. Yeah. 9070 XT versus 5080, that's like someone saying I can't decide between a 7800 XT and a 7900 XTX. Like, that's what that sounds like to me. Logically. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what? 9070, yes, 9070 against 5070, that is actually the correct comparison. You think it's around same speed as 46? We already did all of that comparison. We already know exactly where it's going to land. 9070 XT is faster than 4070 Ti Super. We already proved that using those benchmarks. It's not that much faster, but it is faster. The same way a 7900 XT and a 3090 Ti are both faster than a 4070 Ti Super. It's like comparing a Happy Meal with a whole steak. Yeah, that actually... Okay, I wasn't really going to think of food comparing electronics. I wasn't going to think of an analogy using food. But I guess, yeah, that's another way to look at it. That's definitely thinking outside the box. You play a lot of different games. but the main game is Final Fantasy 14, and you want to hit a... Dude, Final Fantasy 14 is so easy to run with a 9800 X3D at 1440p. You don't even need any of the new GPUs to run that game. I play Final Fantasy 14 at 4K, and like I don't even like the XTX is already overkill for 14, even at 4K. Like a 7800 XT could handle 14 at 4K. I did the video, like I have a video on the channel from last summer showing Dawn Trail performance with a whole bunch of GPUs. So that game is very easy to run. The most important thing for that game is the CPU, because that is that's an MMO. An MMO, the CPU is the most important thing, especially because it's such an old game. $9070 XT. So, okay. I guess we're just going to close it because it's literally sitting at like 40%, 60%. So that's what I thought. 40-60 split. So 40% yes, 60% no. Okay. We need to do the who should get one now. Need to bring up paint again. Okay. I guess we'll delete all this stuff at the bottom. Let's see. Okay, who requirements for purchasing a 9070 XT. Okay. Here are the requirements. If you do not meet these requirements, you shouldn't buy one. It's that simple. Number 1, must have a 1440p monitor. That's like the number 1 requirement. If you don't have a 1440p monitor, you automatically fail the test. Now, if you have a 4K monitor, you don't fail the test because this is referring to minimum resolution, not maximum resolution. This is minimum resolution. So if you're above 1440p, you don't fail the test, but you're not the ideal candidate, if that makes sense. If you're on 1080p, you fail the test. It's that simple. Like, you already failed the exam. You failed the interview. Let's put it that way. You're not going to get hired. Okay? Number 2, must have somewhere... We don't know the actual price, but you have to have... Okay, to cover the upper range, you need to have... Assuming if it's... You got to do worst case because you don't know the price. So, I'm going to say must have... I don't know, like $700 or something. Just in case, because if it's like $649, then you're going to need the tax. I mean, if you're in the EU, you're going to have whatever the equivalent of 700 US dollars is in euros to cover the cost. So, but I think VAT and all that stuff was factored into the price there. So around this is like a required amount if you're in the EU, I would say. So... and then in the US, if the worst case is $649, you have to tack on the tax. So again, that's why I say you must have $700, like just in cash, ready to go. Okay, so that's like number 2. Number 3, I don't know if there's that many. Okay, I guess CPU must be less than 4 years old. CPU must be less than 4 years old. Actually, you know what? Let's do 5. 5. Because the thing is, here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. The 9070 is going to be what most people call the 5-year graphics card. Wendell from Level 1 Techs, he agrees with me on this. Like, we both believe in this 3, 5, 7-year methodology for upgrade. So the 9070 XT falls into the 5-year buyers classification. So if you're buying a 9070 XT, you're either going to at least hold on to it for a minimum of 3 years as your primary GPU. But most people that are getting one of these are probably going to hold on to it longer. So that's why we call this a 5-year graphics card. It will have typically a 5-year lifespan. And that is the reason why I'm saying 1440p is the ideal. Because I'm just thinking about it like if I'm going to keep a 9070 XT for 5 years, do I really want to use this for a 4K monitor? Probably not, because I don't think the 9070 XT with its 256-bit bus will age over the course of 5 years well enough to handle a 4K monitor and a 4K gaming experience for that many years. But because this is a 5-year GPU, 1440p makes a lot more sense, and that is the reason why the most critical requirement is you must have a 1440p monitor. And the reason why number 3 is the CPU must be less than 5 years old is because, like I said, if you're buying into this, you typically keep your hardware longer. But the thing is, if you're going to keep this for 5 years, that means, and your CPU is 5 years old, then by the time, and you don't upgrade your CPU, and you, like, hypothetically, you would probably upgrade your CPU while you maintain the same GPU. So you don't, so basically you reduce the costs. It's like you're not paying for a new GPU and a new CPU at the same time, because that's going to be very, very expensive. So you would basically stagger the upgrades. You would upgrade the GPU now, and then you would hold on to your CPU for like at least, 2 to 3 years. But if your CPU is already 5 years old, and the assumption is that you will hold on to your existing CPU for another 2 to 3 years, by the time you upgrade your CPU will literally be 7 or even 8 years old at that point. You see what I'm saying? So an 8-year-old CPU paired up with a 2 to 3-year-old GPU, that is already a recipe for disaster, or I should say a suboptimal gaming experience, because you're already bottlenecked in a lot of different areas. So the logic makes sense. If you're going for 1440p, might as well go ultra-wide. I mean, you can if you like ultra-wide, but not a lot of people like ultra-wide. I myself don't like ultra-wide. I would prefer to have multiple monitors as opposed to one big monitor. The other thing, too, is not all games have native support for ultra-wide. So it's like, you know how we joke on this channel about how, like, developers don't care about 1440p? Well, they care even less about ultra-wide. So, that's just something to keep in mind. You're upgrading after 7 years, and you might hold on to the next GPU for just as long. That's why I was considering 5080 for 1440p. Okay. Let's see. 7900 XTX was also released as a workstation GPU. Any word if AMD plans on a successor? Yeah, AMD will have to put something out there. But the problem, so I guess the market for the professional GPUs from AMD is so small, and they would rather sell their GPUs in the AI market. So that's probably why it'll be a while before we see a successor in the professional market. So, okay, this is an interesting comment. So if it is around $700, won't the XTX around $850? Can you actually buy a 7900 XTX for $850? The other thing, too, is 7900 XTX is discontinued. So you're gonna not... Soon you won't be able to buy one at all. Once they're completely gone. They're not gonna get restocked, is what I'm saying. So once those XTXs are gone, they're gone forever. Like, you won't be able to buy one brand new anymore. It's discontinued. It feels disrespectful, ridiculous that none of the GPU makers made a... I'm not sure what you mean by that. 20 or 20... Oh, you mean for this generation? Older games that don't work with 21:9 scared me away. Too much tinkering. If you're going for the 5090, we already covered that. We covered that last on Tech Thursdays. How does it compare to a GRE? It'll be faster than a GRE. We've already covered that earlier in the stream. If you're getting a 5090, okay. Okay. If 5080, okay, there's no such thing as a 5080 Super. There's also no such thing as a Ti, so I don't know where this is coming from. When 9070 XT is launching, supposedly next week. Newegg has Sapphire at 689. Okay, those are clearance. It's nice to see many people excited about PC hardware. True, but 4K is where I want to play my games. Yeah, so if you're at 4K, then you're at 4K. That's how it is. You know what I mean? Like if you're on 4K, you're on 4K. I mean, I'm on 4K right now. I'm playing 4K too. 9060 XT should come soon. That'll probably be... that'll come a little bit later. That will probably be in April. Or March at the earliest. You're not sure if 5080 will be enough for 60 gig. Okay, that's the problem with the 5080. Rufus, the main problem with the 5080 and the reason why a lot of people are avoiding it is because it has 16 gigs. You got to pay over $1,000 and you're only getting 16 gigs. I mean, does that sound like a good deal? Like, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. I mean, in 2025, it doesn't sound like a good deal. That's the reason why a lot of people don't like the 5080. Even the sales guys at Micro Center told me the 5080 is a huge disappointment when they got briefed on it from their rep from NVIDIA. They were just kind of like they just kind of like shrugged, like, okay, whatever, this is what it is. It is what it is. Do you think XTX is coming? No. 7900 XTX are not discontinued. That's the only high-end GPU. No, they are going to get discontinued. They're not going to manufacture those anymore. Do you understand? See, a lot of people here that don't understand, like, those little dies. So the little dies, comments like that always show that there's like a lack of understanding on how these things are manufactured. So look, okay, you see this? You see this thing? There's a GCD on here, which is the GPU, and then there's like these MCD things. AMD is not producing these MCD things anymore. They're not spending money. They're not buying these things from TSMC anymore. So they can't make these anymore. And you know what requires 6 of those? You know what requires 6 of those? An XTX requires 6 of those. They're not paying for this anymore. Like, they're done with that. No, this thing's discontinued. So once whatever's in the supply chain, whatever XTXs and XTs and GREs and 7800 XT and 7700 XT, once all those things move through the channel, like through the supply chain and the distribution channel, once those are gone through, that's it. They're gone. These aren't being manufactured anymore. These are what is called EOL. EOL. EOL means something. Does anybody here know what EOL means? When someone says this product is EOL, what does that mean? Who here knows what EOL means? Okay, good. So people do know what it means. End of life. The 7900 XTX and the XT and the GRE and the 7800 XT and the 7700 XT. So from 7900 XTX all the way down to the 7700 XT are end of life. End of life. They are no longer manufactured. So ASRock, Sapphire, PowerColor, Asus, whatever chips that they purchased from AMD, because remember, AMD is selling them these chips that TSMC made for AMD. So AMD buys the wafer from TSMC. TSMC's like, okay, we will make for you this thing. Okay, we will use this electron beam. We'll use the electron beam. We'll beam. Zzz, 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 zzz. It'll make it, and then it'll give it to AMD. Then AMD will sell them to the AIBs, like ASRock and Sapphire and PowerColor. They'll buy these. So Sapphire, so whatever inventory that Sapphire, PowerColor, all those guys, the partners, the board partners. Okay, check it out. Look, check it out. Hold up. Let's put the board partners on the screen real quick. Let's get some board partners. Let's just say this is, who is this? This is ASRock. This is ASRock. Check it out. ASRock is on the screen. Then we have PowerColor. This is the TUL Corporation. PowerColor. So PowerColor, she bought a whole bunch of these. ASRock bought a whole bunch of these. Oh, look. Sapphire bought a whole bunch of these too. Sapphire bought a whole bunch of them. And then you know who also bought some? Whoever this is. This is made by AMD. AMD bought some to sell to the people. So you got all these people. They still have the chips. They still have the chips. You understand? Once they are done manufacturing the GPU and they put them in the supply chain, that is your opportunity to buy them. Once they're all like sold, that's it. That's it. No one, like these people over here, Interstellar Merchants, these are the TSMC organization. These TSMC people, they're like at a reception. They're like, oh, yes, very nice. We made a GPU. Okay, very good. Make the next one. Okay, see, that's how it works. That's exactly how it works. So they're all like business meeting discussions. Okay, yes, we will allocate the wafers and make the 9070 XTs in these batches and the 9070s in these quantities that you have requested, and you have paid us this money and blah 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 and all this stuff. This is how it works, people. This is how it works. They're at the reception. They're at the reception. That's how it works. Okay? So hopefully people understand that now. Hopefully I've illustrated that effectively. So the XTX, okay, here's the thing. So going back, that leaves us with the 9060. So somebody asked, what about the 9060? Well, the thing about that one, so let's look at this real quick. Where is, okay, here we go. Check it out. The RX 7600. Oh, look, it's monolithic. It doesn't have the specials. It doesn't have the special squares. That means it's easier to make. It's cheaper. So you know what? This thing's going to be in the market for a longer amount of time. So we probably won't see the 9060 or 9060 XT until Q2 of this year, probably around April. So it's gonna be 9070 XT and 9070 for a while. Maybe March. I could see them coming out in March, but the reason why they don't necessarily have to immediately show up is because these things are cheaper to make. So AMD has still, I wouldn't be surprised if this is not end of life yet, but it's probably gonna go end of life in like a month or two. And then after that, it's going to get replaced by the 9060 and 9060 XT. So all these new GPUs from AMD are basically monolithic. So they're going to be cheaper to manufacture. They're easier to manufacture. So they're going to be kind of like this thing. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So there's a lag time. The 7600 and the 7600 XT can exist in the market for a while. Even after the 9070 and 9070 XT is out. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense, because there's people like, oh, well, the XTX is still available. You can buy one for $800. Yeah, you know why? Because of the reasons I just mentioned. $9070 is 16 gigabytes, yes. But you know what's funny? This GPU is 16 gigabytes. Now, I don't think AMD is going to do 16 gigabytes on their... Well, I don't know. I think they're going to do like 12. They're going to do 12. I don't think they're going to do 16 on their smaller die. Am I going to get any of these new GPUs? So I said before... I said, like, I think it was on, not Tech Thursday, it was last weekend. I said, if I get one, I will get only one. I will only get one. And I don't know which one to get. So that was the whole thing with the last stream, was we were looking at all these different choices, and I was like, okay, if I get one, I will get one 9070 XT. And that will be it. Just one of them. And the main reason why I want one is because I want to test AMD's machine learning hardware. I want to test their new ray tracing cores, the actual dedicated silicon. We were joking earlier about how NVIDIA cards don't lift and AMD cards lift. Like, they literally lift. And we're talking, this is like a bodybuilding reference, guys. Like, this is like you go to a gym and you lift weights. Like, RDNA 2 and RDNA 3 go to the gym. They lift weights. RTX cards do not go to the gym. They sit and eat potato chips, and they have hydraulic machinery behind them that does the heavy lifting for them. But guess what? RDNA 4, 9070 XT, and 9070 copied NVIDIA, and they're also not going to the gym anymore. They're using the hydraulics. They're using hydraulic lifts that they carry on their backs. So that's how it's going to be. So I'm curious, like, how these new GPUs that don't lift, like, how they're gonna do the whole, like, RT and the ML stuff and the DLSS stuff, all that kind of stuff. So I will most likely get one 9070 XT. And the reason why I'm indicating one is because I have more than one XTX. So there's going to be no buying two 9070 XTs. No, I'm only going to get one, and I don't know which one at this point. It's either going to be the AMD made by AMD edition, so the AMD reference card. There's a very high probability that I end up getting the AMD reference card, or it'll be one of the AIBs, but I don't know which AIB. Because all the AIB cards look pretty good this time. Oh, one thing. You want me to get a 5090 FE and sell it to you? If I sell it to you, you know I'm going to sell it for a $1,000 markup, right? I'll be charging at least $3,000 for the FE if I sell it. Just FYI. Just like the scalpers. So the thing I'll say about these is this is like a reset point for AMD. Like, it's the first time that we're going to see actual dedicated, like, completely separate from the shaders for the ray tracing, for the ML stuff. Well, it's actually the first time that we're going to see the ML stuff. So I'm actually pretty, I'm more interested in the AMD GPUs than the NVIDIA ones this time around. I think there's more things to, like, explore with these GPUs. Like, the thing with NVIDIA, I feel like the only thing to explore with NVIDIA is multi-frame generation. And a lot of people don't seem to be too happy about frame generation, just in general. Oh, just one more piece of news. I asked the Micro Center sales guy about RTX 50 series, and this is what he told me, and this is a little bit concerning, although we kind of already expected this. I asked him, any news on 5090 and 5080 availability at launch, like what it'll be like? This is what he told me. He told me, and remember, this is a salesperson at Micro Center. He said that, according to what the distribution chain has been reporting to the store managers, they will be getting very few RTX 5090s. Like, very few, like a handful of 5090s, and that's it. But they will have lots, like copious amounts of 5080s. Like, the ratio of 5090 to 5080 is almost going to be like 1 to 10. So for every 10 5080s that they get, they'll get one 5090. That means that they'll probably have something like 8 to 12 5090s on launch day at any given store. And they'll have, you know, like, multiply that by like 10 for the 5080. So they'll have like over 100 5080s ready to go on launch day. So yeah, 5090 is going to be super hard to get. And he told me that the outlook going forward is going to be very rough for those that want the 5090. Now, I don't know. I feel I hesitated to say all of this because if there are scalpers listening to this stream, they're already going to, they're like, okay, well, that's very good to know, so that we need to scalp as much as we can at launch, because this will be, Q1 will be it's basically like the months that the scalpers will make the most amount of money, because on reselling like 5090s to people that are willing to spend over $3,000, for example, on a 5090. For AI-related tasks, because no one who's smart would, like, dare to spend that kind of money on a GPU just for playing games. Like, that to me doesn't make any sense. So it'll be very, very hard to get the 5090 in general. Founders Edition is going to be near impossible, because it's going to get farmed from scalpers instantly when Best Buy puts it up on the website. Not only that, you have to remember, like, the Founders Edition, there's literally only one way to buy the Founders Edition. You have to go through Best Buy. You can't go to Micro Center. At least with Micro Center, you have a decent chance if you show up early. But the fact that Micro Center won't even sell the Founders Edition, that's like problem number one. That's like the first hurdle. You can't even go to Micro Center. Number two, you can't even buy one from Newegg. Newegg doesn't even sell the Founders Edition. So, like, the site that sells the most GPUs isn't even an option. So you're stuck resorting to Best Buy. And then Best Buy is constantly, like, scouted out by the scalpers. Because Best Buy launches all kinds of stuff, man. Like Apple products, all this stuff. So the scalpers already know. Like, they got it, like, locked down stat, man. It's like they know exactly. They have a system. They have a whole system set up. So you're going up against that kind of infrastructure. It's like, really? Okay, yeah, no. The Founders Edition is going to be near impossible to get. Okay, so you could just wait when everything calms down to buy. Yeah, but you'll be waiting until like May. So that's the other thing the sales guy told me. He told me that, and I told him this too, because I kind of understood this because of like previous launches. So basically, if you can't get a 5090 at launch, like you can't get one at the end of January, then you're pretty much going to have to either wait until April, meaning Q2, when the supply starts trickling in more regular intervals, or you're just, I don't know, like, you're just not going to get one. You're not going to get one in February. You're not going to get one in March. So you're probably going to wait until April. But yeah, like, that's also an option. You can just wait until, but you'll be waiting for a while. A lot of people have the bots, scripts, and other... Yeah, I mean, the people who, like, scalp for a living, like, that's what they do as, like, their side gig. Like, those people already have the whole system, like, set up, man. Like, people do this for, like, sneakers. People do this for, like, fancy shoes. People do this for, like, phone launches. Well, I don't know about phone launches, but they do it for, like, Apple... Apple, not really, because it's like you can go to an Apple store, but there's also ways to get Apple online, and they'll scalp all the ones off of the retailers that are allowed to sell Apple, which is basically Best Buy and Micro Center. So it's the same kind of thing. It's like they know the system. It's the same thing with like any like, you know, niche product. Yeah, it's like just like with the consoles. Switch 2 is going to be another example. Like the Switch 2 is going to launch in a couple of months, and you already know the scalper's going to buy that thing up in bulk, so I try to flip them on eBay and Amazon. You will also go for 5080. You will have more supply. 5080, from what I understand, 5080 will be pretty easy to get. Like if you live near a Micro Center, it'll be pretty easy to get. And the other thing too is, so I don't know about Founders Edition 5080. Founders Edition 5080 will probably still sell out instantly. Just like how 3080 Founders Edition sold out instantly. But you know what's funny? The 4080 Founders Edition did not sell out instantly. That one was regularly in stock, like throughout its lifespan. So maybe 5080 will be kind of like that one. So if you really like Founders Edition and you're looking for a 5080, it probably won't be too hard for you to get a Founders Edition 5080 if you really like that design. Yeah, if you can pre-order the Switch 2, then pre-order it. If you live near a GameStop, that's a good option. $4080 was priced so badly. So is the 5080 priced any better? 2 years later and same amount of RAM? At the $1,000 price point? Like, is that good value? 15 to 20% uplift. $5080 will run on a VRAM at 4K. Yeah, that's why I don't know, man. $5080 for me is a complete skip. $5080 is, for me personally, $5080 is a complete skip. Complete utter skip. As someone who plays at 4K, 16 gigabytes is so unattractive. For that much money, 100% skip. 100% skip. You know why? Because the 5080 and the 5090 are so wide. There's such a huge gap between them. There's literally an entire like chasm between the two GPUs. Like they can fill that chasm up with like 3080 Ti, the 3080 Ti Super, all that stuff. They can put like 3 graphics cards between the 5080 and the 5090. They can put 5080 Super, 5080 Ti, 5080 Ti Super. They can do 3 GPUs, man. They could do like a 384-bit, a 484-bit, a 320-bit. So the 5080 Super would be a 320-bit. The 5080 Ti would be a 384-bit. The 5080 Ti Super would be that rumored 448-bit bus. They could literally make 3 graphics cards to fill in between those. That's why the 5080 is so, like, terrible. Like, it's just terrible. 16 gigabytes, $1,000 starting price, which basically means the AIBs are going to be more like $1,200, which is no different from 4080's pricing. So it's like, dude, for real. The CUDA core is literally half the... I know, right? It's half the price. It's half the price. It's half the VRAM. It's literally half everything. It's literally... It's... Okay, here comes another Dragon Ball Z reference. Here comes another Dragon Ball Z reference. You know what? You take 5080 and another 5080, and you put the Patara earrings on them, and then they fuse, and they become 5090. Is literally 2x. It's literally 2 of those things. 16 gigabytes plus 16 gigabytes fusion, 32 gigabytes. '80 class is a joke. 80 class is a joke. There's no value. There's no value. 70 series is where the value is, and 90 is where like all the big horsepower is at. $50.90 is the king size candy bar. another food analogy. See, 5080 for 1440, it's like, yeah, but okay, but it's so expensive for 1440. It seems so dumb to spend that much money on a 1440p resolution. So no, 5080 is like, no, that's not. Yeah, I don't know. It's like these people over here at the conference or at the reception are like, they're talking about 5080. No, that's not the play. No, that's not the right play. No, it's not the right move. No, we're not gonna do that. It's like I walk up to them and like, hey, are you guys getting 5080? They're like, they just kind of look at me. They give me the glare. Like, oh, okay, I guess not. No one over there is getting 5080. Are you guys getting 5080? And they're talking about like hiring people. Is the captain gonna keep hiring people? Oh, well, okay.
Just like the golden years.
I mean, on the bright side, the 5080 can run Genshin Impact at 4K, maxed out. You know. So, I mean, you can do that. You can handle Genshin Impact at 4K. No problem. Why? Wait, what did these birds? If you jump, I jump? Why do we need to jump? We can just fly. What the heck? Can run Genshin Impact at 4K, best selling point ever. I know, right? The problem is, there's a whole bunch of GPUs that can run Genshin Impact at 4K Ultra. I mean, the 7800 XT can do it. That's like half the price. It's half the money for more than half the performance. How much will you sell the 4090? I will not sell the 4090.
The captain of this ship, 'tis I.
No RT on Genshin. Yeah, 4090 is not going anywhere. That's gonna stay in the Threadripper system. Like, on the slim chance that I do end up getting the 5090 is gonna go into one of these other computers. It's not gonna go in the Threadripper. The 4090 is just gonna stay in the Threadripper, like, perpetually. Forever. There's no reason to remove it. $5090 will be able to run some actually good yeah, because it has 32 gigabytes of VRAM. But see, that's why it's going to be so hard to buy. It's going to be impossible to get because the supply is so low. The volume will be so low for the first few months. And then you got all these AI people that want to buy one. So it's like the gamers the few gamers that can afford the 5090 are gonna have to deal with the stupid AI like companies that are gonna want to buy them in bulk. See, and those guys, yeah, it's a lose-lose situation. It's basically a race to the bottom for the consumer who wants the 5090.
We hope you all have fun on this ship.
Well, it's for the people that want to train. Well, it's people who are wanting to train the model and circumvent having to buy like a Hopper or like build a data center that has actual like NVIDIA supported infrastructure. And they're just trying to like piecemeal it themselves using consumer stuff, which is basically the 5090. But that's the reason why the 4090 is not going to go down in price. It's gonna stay very expensive on the used market because of the AI stuff. So unfortunately for the people who are like, oh, well, I'm just gonna buy last gen and save money. Well, you're not really gonna end up saving that much because first of all, the AI people are still gonna be wanting to buy up the 4090s on the used market. So there's that. And that's going to be a problem. And then there's also the whole, like, there's the fear of the connector being compromised because you don't know how the previous owner handled it. And when I say connector, I'm referring to the power connector. You know, the infamous 12-volt high power connector. Because apparently you can only seat and unseat that like a dozen times before it's compromised. And you have to, like, buy a brand new GPU or whatever. So that's kind of a problem. That's kind of a serious problem. I don't think it'll actually use that much power though. Like the whole 575 watt thing, I think it's fake. I think that's fake. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. As someone who has a 4090, the 4090 is literally like a 325 watt GPU. At least when I use it, it only uses that much power. Like, and I'm not someone who's overclocking mine. So, and when I use 4080 uses like 200, like, it's like 250 to like 290 watts or something. It doesn't use that much power. You're still upgrading the PSU from 850 watt. If you're gonna get any of those GPUs, you should. But I really think the 5090. So okay, because last time Nvidia was like 4090 TBP 450 watt. In reality, it uses like 300 something watts. So it's like 100 plus less than what they said. So if they say 575. That means it's really only going to pull like 400 watts max. That's really what it's probably going to end up doing. Thoughts on 9950 X3D? Well, I'm definitely getting one, I can tell you that. We will definitely be upgrading to that. Wait, how come I can't? Oh, I can't get there because of this thing? So having two, well, I don't know why it wasn't a thing that board partners put on their GPU this generation. You know what I'm saying? That I don't understand why it's not on this time around. 2 of them. Is there a way to limit the? You can always you can basically power limit it. But the problem with NVIDIA cards is you have to install a third-party tool. AMD, you can just do it right in the Radeon software. You can't do it with NVIDIA though. You have to like download a third-party tool.
Feels like there's a lot more to the story.
The PSU okay, it depends on the GPU. If you want the GPU to be able to pull 600 watts, you must have a minimum of 1100 watt power supply that has ATX 3.0 or 3.1 specification. Otherwise, you're either running a GPU that doesn't, or you're running a power supply that doesn't know what to do with those excursions, meaning it's a legacy power supply, like an ATX 2.0 power supply, for example, which is probably the vast majority of people out there. Or you have a 3.0 power supply that is not high enough wattage, max wattage, to allow you to even do that. So what that means is if you have, say, a 1000 watt ATX 3.0 power supply, the 5090 can't pull more than 450 watts. Like, it'll be capped. Like, that's it. It won't do any more, no matter what. So, unless you, like, raise the power limit. Even then, I don't even think it'll work correctly. So you have to have, like, if you really want to see the 575 watt via overclocking, you need to have an 1100 watt power supply or greater. So most people will have a 1200 watt or more. 7900 XTX will go. We did a whole segment on that probably like 15 minutes ago. Hold on, how much of the thing do I have here? Do I need to do... Okay, we need to do some, like, need to farm some of these or something. You feel we may see some Radeon Pro cards with big VRAM? Yeah, but those will also come out like in the middle of the year. And Radeon Pro cards are very, very expensive. Like, real expensive. XTX will evaporate because the supply is all that's left. Like, they're not making any more of them. Dude, this thing's level 95. How am I supposed to... What's going to be my next GPU? I mean, what do you mean? Like... 9070 XT? I'll go back to the old days of the GT. See, the problem, I was thinking, you know what, I might do that one of these days. I might actually go back to the old days, the good old days of 2015 GPUs, but I don't know, because the problem is I'm gaming at 4K resolution. And 4K resolution is like no joke. So I don't know. I don't even know who I'm supposed to use to fight this thing. This thing's level 95. Follow-up attacks? Do I even have the correct erudition characters for this? I don't know. Just get rid of this. Put this on like ultimate. Yeah. Or actually, hold on, do dot. dot, put, well, we need an electro. Oh, wait, I got an electro. We need a quantum. Quantum. You got a GTX 1080 plus a 9800 X3D, and you can play WoW. Well, duh, you can play WoW with a 1080. That's like, that's such an old game. That game's not hard to run at all. I don't know, I guess I'll put these people. See if this actually works. Summon a scepter with 100 speed, attack, AoE attack, deals fire, ultimate no deals imaginary. We need this one? No, this one? Dot. Oh, this is like a place. I messed up. Can I change characters? Yeah. Hold on. These people, I don't want these people in here. Let me change characters real quick. We need to put in the we need to put the AMD board partners in here. We need hold up. What do we need? We need power color. Who was power color again? Power color. And I guess this who was this again? Was this no, this is not power color. This is power color. This is who is this? AMD? I don't know who that is. This is definitely not a board partner. They need to get out of here. Sapphire, power color, XFX? Is this XFX? But this is Biostar? Wait, what? Acer? What? Okay. Okay, let's try.
Take a look. This is yours.
All right. The board partners are in.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Everything in this world.
Dude, has Biostar made anything in a while? I haven't heard anything about Biostar. EVGA doesn't exist anymore. They're retired.
There's no backing out now. For me or you.
Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess when scepter attacks causes delay effect. Oh, it was delay effect. Delay effect. Just get this one, I guess. Oh, I don't need this. Just this one. Oh, that wasn't new though. General. Best gaming CPU? You're talking about what? The 9800X 3D? Oh. Well, the thing is, when people say, oh, I have some GPU and some CPU and I play some game, you know, whatever. It's like, that doesn't tell me anything because I don't know the monitor's resolution. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, oh, I have an XTX and a 9800X 3D, and I play Final Fantasy 14 at 720p. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't sound... Like, as soon as I added 720p, that made it pretty clear that that's not a balanced build at all. Biostar did 7800X.
There's leagues beyond.
Yeah, they did one, yeah. What is this? Gambling? Man, this is like CES. It's like gambling. EVGA only does components like keyboards, mouse, and do they? I haven't heard of any new EVGA anything in a while. Who are these? Oh boy, they're gonna chase me down?
I always deliver. Open sesame. Speed up your body and mind. Everything in this world.
B850 list?
It's bleeding.
See, I don't know because I don't recommend them. I guess if someone's really going for a really... See, the problem with B850, it's hard to recommend B850 because if you want a... Like, if you only have like a $200 budget, you can just get an X870 motherboard in that range. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like B850 can get interesting though, so where it does make sense to talk about B850 is just to see what random stuff the motherboard manufacturer came up with. Like, did they actually bother to put Gen 5 on the graphics card slot? Does it even have USB 4? Probably not. But by not going with USB 4, they can offer potentially more storage or something. So they have a way, there's like an option, or there's a method for them to change things up and be more creative with B850, unlike the X870. I can't use this because it's follow-up, but I can still get it, though. You don't expect that great resale value of the 5080 since it's basically a 4080? Yeah, me too. That's why it's a complete skip. I mean, we'll still see, like, what it offers.
Is that it?
Wait, this thing is weak to...
Bigger.
For real? This thing is weak to, like, my entire party.
Take a look.
Except for Jade. Except for Sapphire.
There's a good child. Do as you're told.
Feeling lucky.
Incense ascends, entwined with it. Oh, don't let me down. Get it together. Expand your thinking. Endless rhythm. Nothing but a boy. Bending the rules. Open sesame. What a clue. Yeah.
Which XTX do I have? Oh, the one that we're using right now? The one that we're using right now is this one. Wait, why is it like that? Okay. It is the made by AMD. This is the reference card. Paired up with the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. So just to kind of show, whoops, I bumped the thing. So just to open it up here, maybe I should just remove the side panel just because it's more clear that way. This is the build. You guys can see, like right there, that is the AMD reference 7900 XTX. It is dual 8-pin. That's it right there. It has this light bar right here with the Radeon logo. I mean, the camera, it doesn't show up. It's like not focused. It's not sharp enough because there's not enough light. But that's pretty much it. So the AMD reference card with the dual 8-pin is paired up with the Intel Core Ultra. Wow, it's like super dark. The Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. plus Radeon 7900 XTX. So that's basically it. Yeah, so it's the AMD card. AMD reference card. There's no hotspot issue, no. I think you're referring to the problem that was like an early batch from launch, like way back in late, at the end of like 2022. If I remember that. I remember that because I did a video about it. But it's like, no, I've had this one. I've had the reference card since January of 2023. So I've actually had mine for 2 years now. Yeah, that hotspot thing was like a thing for like certain... It was like a batch of them. The vapor chamber didn't have enough water in it from manufacturing. It was Cooler Master. It was actually another vendor that Cooler Master relied on to make the... Because a lot of people don't know that Cooler Master makes the cooler, the reference cooler for AMD. Wait. Immediately gain 3 random negative Cheerios when obtaining this one. Discards 1 random. Upon entering a domain, it gains 1 random component. Upon all allies lose their energy and consume all skill points upon entering battle, damage dealt by all allies decreases by 90. Wow. Upon entering a new domain, lose 5% of all calls. That's terrible. If you want close to reference, look at Sapphire Pulse or XFX. Well, reference you can get well, no. The Sapphire Nitro, any of the Sapphire cards will perform like reference if they have a BIOS switch. So what I can tell you is all of the secondary BIOSes on the Sapphire cards is basically the reference spec. So for example, the Sapphire Nitro XTX that I have, that one, I switch it over to the secondary BIOS in the middle, and it basically runs at the exact same power limit as this reference card. It's just on a much larger cooler, so it runs a lot cooler. $860. Yeah, I know Newegg has them. Newegg still has some of them. Any news on 9070 XT? Somebody told me the 23rd. It's literally this coming Thursday. Like the sales guy at Micro Center literally told me. I asked him, "Are you absolutely sure?" And he told me that their AMD rep told them the 23rd. That's the launch. So this. Now I don't know if he misheard the AMD rep. All these deal fire damage. I don't know. Should I get some of these things or should I just try to, like, save up the resources for later on? This new thing that they added to this game, I don't actually know, like, how long it is. Increases all allies' damage by 30% for every trio that has been destroyed. When choosing your components after winning a battle, one extra component can be chosen, but the number available will be reduced. I want to get the ones that have the little book symbol next to them, because that means that I haven't gotten them before, so they're new. Ally position first in the team has the speed increased by 40, and the ally position last has the speed decreased by 40. Increases all allies' damage by 30% for every trio that has been destroyed. I guess that would be good because we're destroying them. I don't know if this one's worth keeping, though, but whatever. We'll just go with that. What am I even doing in the game? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I've been trying to figure out, like, what is this new game mode that I'm in? Because it's a perpetual game mode. It's not like a limited time FOMO event or anything, which this game is notorious for. Shopping channel. This is the shopping channel. It's basically like you have to read this text and it tells you what you're supposed to do, but I just kind of like skip everything. So it's like, okay, you can either smack it or kick it. Static appears on the old television as the signals get weaker. Soon you cannot even hear the sound clearly. So you can either smack it or kick it. Should I smack the TV or kick the TV? Can't go wrong with any Sapphire. Yeah, Sapphire is good. XFX is good too. Kick it. Okay, people are saying kick. Kick it. Here we go. You kick the television and a surge of pain shoots up from your toes. Why would you kick it like barefoot? What? A button wedges between your flesh and your toenail. Oh, that sounds so painful. What the heck? A button got wedged between your flesh and your toenail. The television screen flickers twice and returns to normal. Next, we'd like to introduce a pan-cosmic product from IPC. A box of expired donuts. As the capital of passion has entered its fourth era, food can almost be preserved forever. Thus, the citizens are curious about how expired food tastes. Wait, what? Do they want to get fungal infections? Like, that's gross. A lotus that can sing the happy birthday song as a feature in everyone's childhood. It appears countless times in people's dreams. A mechanical box. It looks like it didn't manage to get sold for over 200 years. You are lost in thought. Select. I can either choose a box of expired donuts, a lotus that can sing the happy birthday song, or a mechanical box that has not been able to been purchased for over 200 years. Well, apparently I can't choose these for some reason. I can only choose the box of expired donuts. Or I can leave. I can leave this place. You're not interested. It says, if I take the box of expired donuts, all the characters will lose HP equal to 40% of their current HP and gain 250 cosmic fragments. That basically means that they will get food poisoning. It's like playing Oregon Trail. You would rather have 24 gigabytes for 2160p? Well, yeah. Yeah, I would too. That's why we're using an XTX right now, and we're on a 4K monitor. Faster VRAM doesn't make a difference if it runs out. You'd be more worried about the RT performance on the XTX versus VRAM. I guess. You have died of dysentery? Wait, what? Oh, dude, that's Oregon Trail right there. That's an Oregon Trail reference. Wow. Okay, should we get this box of expired? Just take the box of expired donuts. Wait, hold on. I don't have a way to heal, though. Oh, yeah, I do. Food poisoning. You take a bite of the donut and feel your stomach churning. The infomercial is addictive. You want to keep watching, but the screen suddenly turns off. What? Worms. Okay, domain combat, domain adventure, or domain occurrence with a question mark. Those are the choices. Combat, adventure, or occurrence. I don't know, which one should I go into? Like, which one of these portals should we, like, get warped into? RDNA 4 is an architectural, it's a hardware thing. So the answer is no, it will not come to the XTX because the XTX is RDNA 3. Are you talking about a replacement to the XTX? I think we're gonna go to the adventure one. Oh, I have to catch these things? Oh, I was supposed to... Okay, the first goal was 2,000, second was 3,600. Then I needed a character that had a big AoE sweep then. I think these are like Withering Waves. Always go for the combat one. Better reward. How do you like Withering Waves? I tried it for the first month that it came out and then I quit. Hold up, this enemy is not weak to frost. Does it even matter though?
As we reunite in this
Hold on, is this okay? Now I got. Well, I don't have an electro though. Is it weak to quantum? It's still weak to quantum though. No, get is weak to wind? Yeah, it's weak to wind. It's not weak to... Hold on, I got a better idea. Swap him for electro. Who's a good electro? Genuine. Yeah, get this guy.
Master, I entrust.
Yeah, get Genuine. He's going the what is this guy? The general. Get the general from Dynasty Warriors in here.
I commend.
Yeah, cleave. 10 more days, and it's either 50, 90, or wait, what? Why would it be between those two? Or do you already have XTX? I don't. That is the weirdest comparison. 5090 is over $2,000, and the XTX is like less than $1,000. So it's like the choices are spend over $2,000 or spend less than $1,000. Why are those the two choices? If those are the two choices, And if that was a game, I would not play the game. Or I would go, because I don't understand, like, why those are the choices. Maybe he just really likes AMD. Well, no, you don't understand. Like, what? That's not even... The point is, like, sub 1,000 or more than 2,000? What? Like, what? There's a massive gap in money right there.
For me or you.
9070 is already dropping XTX prices if you were waiting for a drop. Well, no, it's prices have been like that for the XTX all month. It's been like that all this month.
Everything in this world is
There are they not the same segment? They're not the same segment. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the price? They're not the same segment. No. They're definitely not the same segment. This, you know what the same segment is? 9070 and 7800 XT are the same segment. Those are the same segment. XTX reached $700. Wait, the 70. It really went down to 700? I never saw it that low. The 7900 XT went that low.
for me or you.
He wants the XTX because of the 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Well, then that's literally the only choice. There are going to be no new GPUs this year that have 24 gigabytes of VRAM.
Show no mercy.
Oh wow, I don't know what that was. Something like rained down lightning and those things just took 250,000 damage and died. Domain combat or domain wealth? Domain wealth. Wait a minute. Oh, it opens up as soon as you open the treasure. Okay, they got a special prize, a super big prize, and a big prize. Big prize. Come on, give me that special prize. Oh, I got big prize only on all three of them. Apparently there was a black hole in there. This is like a theater representation of where Palpatine fought Yoda in Star Wars Episode 3. That's what it reminds me of. Domain occurrence. Domain infinite void. Wait, what? This one says cheat code. Cheat code 1 and question mark. You can either choose cheat code or question mark, question mark, question mark. Those are the two choices. But I think I need to swap back to the main group because these people were only in here to help out. We need the AMD AIB board partners back.
Oh, Lady Jade.
Okay, so they're back. We got all of them again.
Feeling lucky.
Defense up, support up,
Entwined.
grab that thing, and then let's go to the question mark. You want to do cheat? Okay, cheat code. Cheat code. Okay, here are the choices. Take 150 cosmic fragments, no risk. Obtain 3 random Cheerios, some risk. Or you want both cosmic fragments and the old gambler appears? Who's the old gambler? What the heck? You take both the old gambler appears? What is this? Or you don't need this. This game cannot be started. These are the choices. Did I mention the motherboard? Well, it's like the motherboard that I've been using all along for this computer. That was actually built a long time ago. But I could never get the CPU until now. Old gambler? Okay, here we go. The old gambler appears. Huh? 150 cosmic fragments? What is this? Upon entering battle, the parchment that always eats. Upon entering battle, all enemies receive a set amount of damage equal to 30%. That's actually very good. Green fingers. After winning 3, 6, 9 battles, receive 100, 200, 500 cosmic fragments. This Cheerio is destroyed after winning 9 battles. That's really good. Punk Lord mentality. Upon entering battle, there is a 100% fixed chance to add to all enemies one weakness of the same type as allies currently in the field. Those 3. Okay. You make a bold gamble. Who knows what will happen next? Apparently something really bad could have happened, but the old gambler appears, and I don't know what that means, but I don't really think anything bad happened. Okay, now the question mark. Yeah, I don't know what the goal is either. Okay, leave behind the plastic ornaments on you. Recycle, which means recycle 1 component of 1-star rarity and obtain 200 cosmic fragments. Leave behind rusted metal parts. Recycle 1 of 2-star. Obtain 300. Leave behind useless electronic devices. Recycle 1 component of 3-star rarity to obtain 500 cosmic. So I don't need to leave behind useless electronic devices. That will be like, oh, leave behind the Intel CPU that you aren't even using. Or the other AMD CPU that isn't even being used anymore, like a 7000 series, like a useless electronic device. It's still not really useless, so we're not going to leave those behind. Leave behind the plastic ornament, I guess. This one will go affect that one. All of them are going to affect something. I guess this one, because it's the lowest. It's like the least upgraded. Domain occurrence or domain combat? Let's go into the occurrence again. Oh, it's another weird occurrence.
Take a look.
Okay, here we go. You enter a dimly lit motel on Layton. At the stairway, you meet a massive guest who looks intimidating. Man, I wonder, like, they have, like, writers that would write, like, scripts and stuff writing these scenarios. Okay, you can choose to pick Saul, obtain 1 Cheerio, and all characters lose HP equal to 20% of their current HP, or pick Leo, discard 1 random Cheerio, and obtain 4 random components of 1 to 2-star. We'll just take the Cheerio. Okay, Joyous Incense. Every time you enter a domain, consumes 50 cosmic fragments and obtain 1 random component. Yeah, I'll just take that one because we got a lot. Oh, this is it, the boss. Well, that was pointless. The boss is right here. That's the final boss. Wait, hold on a second. What is it weak to?
Is that it? I was expecting something.
It's weak to everything that we have, I guess, except the... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So do we need to bring this guy? Because of his shield? Wait, didn't I have the Cheerio where they get, like, weak to 1 of them at random? I guess just keep him.
Oh, Lady Jane.
We need all the AMD board partners. So...
Feeling lucky.
Yeah, here we go. That just negated all of the negative status effects.
There's a good chunk. Do as you're told.
Alright, debt collector. She marks the herd as the debt collector. And here comes the AIB board partners. What are they fighting EVGA or something? Like, what's going on here?
Nothing but a thought. Time for a lesson. Expand your thinking. Bending the rules. There's no backing out now.
She steps on them? And they get eaten by a snake? And there's someone singing opera in the background. See, that's the purpose of this game. This game is just all about style. He even does the Michael Jackson thing with the snap at the camera with he's wearing the hat.
Or maybe I'll take it off. Watch your head.
Look at that style.
Open sesame. Who's the little
Sapphire like whips them and then steps on them.
nothing but a thought. Expand your thinking. Watch it close. Miserable.
Is Cyberpunk even good? Like you're talking to someone who has never played it. I've never played Cyberpunk. I mean, I've seen gameplay of it. It looks really boring. It looks so boring to me, to be honest. That's why I haven't bothered to play it.
Endless riddle. Nothing but a thought.
I'd rather play Dynasty Warriors Origins. Whoa, what the? Should I upgrade this one? Get this one. Cyberpunk not being co-op or multiplayer killed it. Yeah, it just seems very, like, mediocre to me. We're not done with this place. We're still stuck in here. Okay, a perfect scholar. 4 cosmic conundrums. It should be shared among all. Wait, what are we answering this for? You quickly see through the shabby double act. The illustrious scholar presents you with a choice. Either allow one school to own it all, or split the spoils among 4, allowing everyone to have a share of the scraps. 4 cosmic conundrums. The first is called Energy Source. The second, Life. The third is Integration. The fourth is called Future. It seems like everyone has forgotten the truth. All these pearls of knowledge do not belong to any organic life present. This is an honorable victory. This, I have the right to remain silent. This is a disgrace for the what? I don't understand what that accomplished. That was weird. I don't know what that was all about. Overwrite components into other components. Workbench of creation. Overwrite one to a star level. I guess this? Or this? Additional damage. Do I have this more than once? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So you want you only want the ones that are not red. Oh. Yeah, I guess, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like, just clicking on random things. Can I even get a fourth one? Modifiable. It doesn't even do anything. AoE attack, it's like, okay, that didn't change anything. Go to the domain store. Is this the same thing? Consume cosmic fragments to purchase scepters. Do I even need this? I don't think I can fit more than 3, though. Yeah, you can only have 3. Consume cosmic fragments to purchase components. Oh, okay, well this we can do. Use the Ultra 9 NPU to figure the game out for you. Yeah, because I'm kind of like not understanding what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm just like clicking on stuff and like vaguely comprehending what it's referring to. I mean, there's like a whole bunch of random stuff. I just see big percentage numbers, so I'm like, okay, we'll just click on these. This one has 2, so I'll just click on that one. I guess click on that one. That's all of them. Okay, I have all of them now. Scepter modification. I guess I... Okay, well, whatever. After destroying destructible objects, there's a small chance of receiving 1 random... Okay. The big lotto. What is this? Immediately gains 1 random component. Okay. And then this one. When obtaining a Cheerio, immediately obtain 1 charge. Oh, wow. I don't know what to do with any of this. Again, more stuff. Ice damage. I guess this one. Forfeit this one. Wait, increases the damage dealt by characters' techniques by 200%. Okay. That sounds good. Destructible objects will appear more frequently. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow, that one's kind of busted. It's like as soon as you break an object, you get an item now. Wait, oh, it saw me. They don't want that. Okay, hold on. They need to. Okay.
Cauldron Master?
We need Jing Yuan. And actually, hold on a second. No, they were kind of weak to the... Oh boy, oh boy, oh they saw... hide behind the forest. Hold on. I didn't see... I saw Electro on one of them. Okay, that one has Electro.
Take a look. This is beautiful. Here's a picture. Do as you
What? I just dealt how much damage? That was 1.8 million damage, 800,000, 1 million damage. I didn't have to do anything. Whoa, I don't know what's... It's like Age of Empires. I'm just building up the base. Everything's endgame now. You're just getting all these broken, overpowered items. Cube of multi-dimensionality. Cube of decay. Supporting charge. After scepters deal damage, additionally deals additional damage. Okay, more damage. Yeah. Whoa. More speed? Cube of Decay? When the scepter inflicts stackable statuses, there's a 50% chance to inflict... Yeah. Every time the scepter deals damage, randomly trigger $1 on the target. When the scepter inflicts... Yeah, just stack more stuff. That was busted. I think just do the combat ones. These go by fast. Wow. I don't even know what's going on. This is so cool. It's just like random things just keep on popping up. There's like all this stuff. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 1.3 million. 1.3 million damage. $703,000 meteors are falling. 1.5 million damage. These things take 55,000. The numbers are off the charts. Some rando appears and then gets slaughtered. What is going on here? I don't even understand how this works. It's just like, oh, you just keep on clicking on more stuff and just getting more overpowered. Random pinpoint. When inserted into balanced scepters, the number of damage instances dealt by the scepter increases by 2. Okay. More damage. Again, this thing. Arsenal expansion. This is hilarious. I have no idea what's going on either. I don't know what I'm doing at all. I literally don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know how to play this game. This is crazy. Amplification increase. What is amplification? It's a key word. Amplification will proportionally affect the highlighted stats in scepters and components. That would be nice if I understood what a scepter and a component was. Amplification increases by 40%, decreasing by 10% after every attack. This is like if I was to play like Magic the Gathering or something. Like I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just like playing random cards. Okay, I'll play this one because it looks cool. When the scepter, should I just click the one on the right every single time? When the scepter inflicts stackable statuses, there is a 50% fixed chance to inflict additional amount of stacks. This is better than Indiana Jones. This game is so, like, it's so wild. And then it has these random, like, text adventures. And every time you just try, wow, more things, more items, more random things. Fortune telling. Oh, now there's fortune telling. Wow. Okay. You're sitting in a dim tent. The ear-piercing noise from the Despo night market, the lulling scent of the incense, and the exceedingly low gravity of the planet. Okay. Apparently you're on a low-gravity planet. This makes me think we're playing Starfield. It's like when you go visit Titan in Starfield. It's low gravity with those oceans of methane. A veil covers the soothsayer's expression, leaving only her vacant gaze glancing in your direction. She fishes out a pack of Tawat cards from her sleeves that look as profound as the starlit heavens and deftly arranges them into several stacks. Okay. Glimpsing into your destiny is akin to pulling blocks from the bottom of a tower. If one is too greedy, the entire prophecy will tumble. The soothsayer places her hands on the card stacks. So what do you wish to see? Will I get rich in the near future? Will I be in danger in the near future? Will my journey go smoothly? These are the three questions. So, will I get rich in the near future? The obtained Cheerios effect will be cosmic fragment related. Will I be in danger? The obtained Cheerios effect will be combat related. Will my journey go smoothly? The obtained Cheerios effect will be component related. Oh, well, components are the things that seem to be making this thing go, like, very, very smoothly. So probably this one. Man, this game is, like, so much better than Starfield. Accept your fate. Tawat cards. After entering the same kind of domains consecutively, receive one random component or components. This Cheerio is destroyed after its effect was triggered 3 times. Oh, now I gotta do the Cosmic Merchant. We gotta talk to the Cosmic Merchant. You arrive at the busiest bazaar in Varunix. One of the stalls catches your attention. The stall owner's face is obscured by the hood he is wearing. He sits cross-legged on a purple floor mat with various mineral bottles displayed around him. I'm the disciple of Oswaldo Schneider. Both of us are from the fanaticism department of IPC. The man says out of nowhere, do you know how commercial activities in the cosmos started in the first place? It was to earn more galactic currencies, or does the knowledge of economics help you earn money? I would ask, does the knowledge of economics help you earn money? Of course, it all started from our belief of Quilopith to help the Aeon in building the wall. The support team needed materials from different places across the universe. We learned to exchange resources during that time, he says, was while scratching his face. Now let's try to exchange something. I guarantee you that whatever you've spent won't be in vain. Okay. I can purchase a metal wish in a bottle, purchase a silver ore wish in a bottle, or leave. So, the first one, the metal wish in a bottle, will allow obtaining 2 good value components. Or, the silver ore wish in a bottle will obtain 1 surprising Cheerio. I guess get the surprising one. What? Do as the locals do. The chances of domain wealth appearing increase. You will have better luck in super dreamy slots and Cheerio wheel and can play one more time. I guess that one. Okay. Alright, here we go. Oh, there's a boss after this.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
Oh, here we go again. Broken stuff, more broken abilities. Just keep clicking on things. Oh, I maxed out Cube of Decay. I need to max Cube of this one. Multi-dimensionality. Oh, they're already all maxed? Can I do anything? Can I synthesize stuff? I guess we don't really need to. I feel like we're already, like, powerful enough. This is it. The domain. Oh, this is the final boss. This is the final boss. Whoa. The final boss.
Is that it?
Quantum, Electro, and Imaginary. Quantum, Electro, Imaginary. Quantum, Electro, Imaginary, huh? Hold on. If I put her in here, it maxes everything for you? That's really good. Get her in here so that she can make the enemy, the boss, weak to ice. And then we're pretty much going to win. The only thing is, AMD's board partners will have to somehow... Like, they're gonna have to keep the boss...
There's a good shot. Do as you will.
Alright, here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa! Big damage, big damage. Big damage, big damage!
This is double speed. Endless riddle. Nothing but a bore.
Whoa! 2.7 million damage! Whoa, big damage.
Open sesame.
Yeah, he became weak to the frost because of something. I don't even know if Silverwolf even did it.
For me or you.
Man, those scepter things are doing so much damage.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
You're considering getting UB Plus for the new Assassin's Creed game? Hey, is that game gonna be good? Man, these things can take a lot of hits. The Assassin's Creed game doesn't look that good? You want Bamco to announce a new Ace Combat this year? Aren't they supposed to? Is there an Ace Combat coming out?
Nothing but a bore. Who's the little backstabber?
There is some kind of AI game that's coming out next week from Bandai Namco. I was whoa! That's at 5.2 million. What was that?
Open sesame.
What is happening?
What a crow. Bending the rules. Watch your head.
The actual characters aren't even doing that much damage. Whatever this stuff that's like activating in the background is doing all the damage. But the actual characters, like the AMD board partners, they weren't even really doing anything. I mean, they were doing decent numbers, but man, whatever that stuff was that was like raining attacks, meteors, and lightning bolts and things from the sky, that's the real damage. Okay, 1% of a scepter. This is basically like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like when in the Battle City arc, when they got trapped in Noah's virtual world, because this is like simulated universe. It's like, how do we get out of here? 1% of a scepter will rival a fleet. 10% of a scepter will obliterate stars. 1 scepter will surpass all that we comprehend, and 1,000 scepters will rule the universe. Dissecting our comprehension, reversing decay, stretching space, creating stars. Stories about scepters have been tainted by much fiction and delusion, but the truth has proven that many of the observers' embellishments don't even scratch the surface of this genius creation. Such technology has inevitably only been used in sheer slaughter. Patavia successfully clears the research review. Before applying for the scepter's allocation, you hope to obtain some references from this old classmate. But she herself hasn't the faintest idea about the guild's evaluation standards. If you can obtain the entirety of the Emperor's legacy, what would you do? Wait, what? What? The choices are become the king of the universe, become mega rich, or become a chief scholar. What? This game is so much better than Starfield. This just sounds so much better than Starfield. I guess. So become mega rich. Who, like, is there even a point at that point? If you have something that is beyond comprehension and can stretch space and create stars, does becoming mega rich even matter at that point? Like, I feel like the second one is just odd. I'm gonna say, well, I have a feeling if you say become king of the universe, it'll have some lame, like, it'll say something lame. So I'm just gonna say become a chief scholar. Who are the scholars supposed to be again? Are they the ones that wield the scepters? I guess they're the people depicted in the picture on the left and the right side. It's funny because it's like Herda is the one depicted in the middle, and then the Herda is depicted in the background. What about you? You return the question to the scholar in front of you. I'll figure out the weird signal first, then we'll see. You log into the application interface where topics and projects are evaluated. Using this as a benchmark, you'll be granted an opportunity to own a piece of the scepter's computational power. So is the scepter supposed to be some kind of like futuristic, like 5090 type thing? Like, you know what I'm saying? It has computational power. It can form stars. Like when computing power reaches that level, humans wouldn't even be part of that equation, or they would be part of like a type 1 civilization at that point. Maybe even a type 2 civilization. They're talking about like forming stars. That is something that a type 0 and a type 1 civilization are incapable of. So they're talking, this is talking in the concepts of like things that are like at least type 1 civilization. Okay, so please enter your topic number. According to Article 21 of the Scepter Administrative Committee, you will be assigned to the computational power corresponding to your eligibility. So the numbers are either 0120, Spatial Replacement Mechanism, 3941, Celestial Bodies Functional Modification, 8674, Border Star Crop Cultivation. That one sounds so lame. This last one, this one basically means you're going to be a farmer, like an agricultural farmer, not a Bitcoin farmer, an agricultural farmer on a remote planet. Border star crop cultivation. That sounds so lame. Celestial bodies. This basically means you can create stars. The other one's spatial replacement mechanism. That's like black holes. Like that's like time displacement. That one's actually cool. I think we're going to go with that one. Spatial displacement. Inquiry complete. Topic value calculation in progress. The tone of the system's voice prompt is warm. According to the School of Evolutionary Perfections theory, it uses the optimal amplitude to invoke goodwill in the listener. Verification complete. Your authorized allocation is 1/10,000th computational power. May you discover truth on the road of erudition. Wow. It's funny how it's like we're still getting these, even though it's like the end. Wow. Access unlocked. Okay. I'm just clicking on stuff. Keep clicking on stuff. Just keep claiming all these rewards. Just keep getting all this stuff. Just keep adding up to the inventory. Just keep adding it. Just keeps going down. It's a linear. That's very linear. This is a very linear thing. So much for a tree. This is literally just a linear path. Oh, wait, there's more? Wow. Man, this is a lot. I unlocked so much stuff. Getting all these Primo or Stellar Jade. They're called Stellar Jade in this game. Wow. That's a lot. The Repairman. More info on the Eons. The Aeons. These are basically this game's lore gods. The godlike beings in this game. Wow, Nanook. I got devlogs on like all of them now. The Nihility. Yaoshi. What is this one's name? Zeronth. Naus. And there's more. Oh wow, the Equilibrium. Very interesting. Herta's store. Okay. That was cool. I had no idea what I was doing half the time, but maybe more like 80% of that I had no idea what was going on. But that was cool though. Finally got to the end. Oh man, that literally took up the entire like gaming segment of the live stream. I was supposed to stream Dynasty Warriors Origins, but apparently this game, like, I didn't expect that dungeon, that simulated universe, to be that long. That was pretty long. The old devs of Mass Effect also left a long time ago and created a new studio called... Oh, do you guys know about that one game? The people... There's a group of developers that left Project... What is it? CD Projekt Red. And they formed a new company, a new development studio called... What is it? They're basically making a vampire game. At least I think that's what it is. I saw a trailer recently for a game, I can't remember the name of it. But basically, there were these, like, vampires or something. It was, like, at nighttime, and, like, there was a man, and I guess it was his daughter was sick or something. Rebel Wolves, yes! Rebel Wolves are the developers. But the game looks like it's gonna be good. Like, man, I can't remember the name of it, though. It's some kind of vampire game. The Blood of Dawn. Yes, thank you. That game looks... Well, the trailer made it look like it's going to be good. That looked good. If you're a fan of CD Projekt Red before Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk was kind of like the most lame game. Well, it was okay, I guess. I never played it, so it's like I probably shouldn't say it's lame because I never played it. But in my opinion, it doesn't look interesting, and that's why I haven't played it. It's that simple. If the game doesn't interest me, I'm not going to bother. So it's whatever. So, but The Witcher 3 was very good. So no, not CD. Rebel Wolves are ex-developers who used to work for the company that made The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. And now they're making this new vampire game. So that, to me, that game already looks more... Now, granted, it's only a trailer, but that looks better than Cyberpunk. Like, just straight up, it already is more interesting than Cyberpunk. Witcher 3 is the best single-player game you ever played. Should I go back into the simulated universe? No, we're not. No. We're not going back in there. No, no way. No way. The next time we go in there, we gotta bring the NVIDIA board partners instead of the AMD ones. I didn't like the combat of Witcher 3 either. I thought it was kind of lame. I mean, it was okay. It was okay. It just felt like, kind of like, what's the word? Clunky? It didn't feel smooth. Star Wars Jedi Knight series from 2001? Oh, are you talking about BioWare RPGs? On the original Xbox? Like Jade Empire? Does anyone remember Jade Empire? And that fake language that they made up for that game? I remember that game. On the original Xbox. I think it was on PC at one point. I don't remember anymore. Jedi Knight Outcast and Jedi Knight Academy games. Yeah, I don't. Those games sound vaguely familiar, but I can't really remember. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic and Jade Empire were the BioWare games. Yeah, Jade Empire was on the original Xbox. I still have the copy on the original Xbox. I got the special edition. From movies to games, everything about the future is doom and gloom.
All this free time, why not make the most of it with a game?
See, this game, the graphics might not be as good as Starfield, but the game, like for a sci-fi game, this game is just straight up like better. It's just more fun. Unless, I guess, if all you do in Starfield is play side quest content and don't do the main story. Graphics look better than This looks better than Starfield? Wait, how is this better than This looks better than Starfield? How is this better graphics than Starfield? This is like 4K. This is like 4K maxed out. How is this better than Starfield? Are you serious right now? This is better than Starfield? This is better than Starfield, people? Hold up, wait, there's no, like, you can't zoom the camera all the way in so it's, like, first-person view. I was gonna zoom in on the dog. I was gonna zoom in on the little dog. I'm like, this is better than Starfield? Advertising bot. It's literally, this vending machine isn't even a vending, I thought it was a vending machine. This isn't even a vending machine, it's an advertising bot. Home use object finders on sale now. The advertising bot lazily declares, giving you no desire to purchase this. What? See, the writing, dude. The writing in this game is so good. Welcome to Herta Space Station. You don't pick up any sense of welcome from the lazy and careless female voice coming out of the advertising bot. The orthodox Kapu Kali is Kapu Kali Capo. The advertising bot lazily declares, and you are confused about the differences between the two. This game may not have graphics as good as, like, Cyberpunk or Starfield or any of those modern whatever games, but the writing, the music, the style, the stylistic combat, even though it's turn-based, like, it's got so many things that it does better than those games. So, I mean, that's the reason why I play it. It's that simple. You ended up not playing Elden Ring DLC. Why? Have you seen Star Trek The Next Generation? Wish they made something with that type of outlook. What do you mean? So this game is already experimenting with those type of different thematic stuff. Like, for example, so like, okay, one thing they've already made, like this, the look of this from the outside, from space, already makes me think of like Xenogears and Xenosaga. Penacony is basically Las Vegas in outer space. And then the Xianzhou, this is kind of like, I don't know what this reminds me of, but this reminds me of, it reminds me of something. It's like, it's not like, it's definitely Chinese themed, but it's like, there's something about it where it's like sci-fi, and it has like all the fox people that have really long lifespans. I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know what they're going for there. And then the ice planet is basically an ice planet, just like the hundreds, if not thousands, of ice planets in Starfield that you may or may not be able to explore. And then it has the Herta space station, and then there's the Astral Express, which is basically a train traversing outer space, which is kind of like, I guess they got that idea from the Polar Express. So it has all the stuff that make a game good. Like, it has stylistic combat. It has like challenge. There's challenge to the game. Now some people might argue that it's artificial challenge because they make it almost like it's like pay to win type of challenge, but you know, you don't even have to, it doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't even matter. You don't even have to do any of the end game content. So I don't know, like this type of game, I can't see myself like playing this type of game long term, but as it is now, this game is actually really good. I tried Wuwa. That game was cool, but it didn't do anything outstanding for me. Like, nothing about it seemed like novel. The only thing that was interesting was running on walls. The ability to run up and down or on the side of a building, or run right up the building to the roof. Like, that was an interesting idea. Now, that's not a novel idea, because Spider-Man can do that in the Spider-Man games. And I feel like a lot of these games have stolen, not this game, because this game doesn't have that type of movement mechanics, but like, you know, Genshin and Wuwa and all these other games that are like those games. They basically like took like the Zelda series exploration. They took Spider-Man's web swinging mechanics. Like they borrow a lot of things. They're not afraid to borrow concepts of gameplay from other games and do their own take on it, to the point where it doesn't seem like it's a direct copy. So if that makes sense. Where Winds Meet is great. Where Winds Meet. That sounds familiar. What is that game? Oh, I think I know what game that is. Yeah, I saw the trailer for that. Yeah, I know which one that is. That's like another like Stellar Blade, Lies of P type game, isn't it? UE5. Oh, it's UE5? Yeah, that's good. The thing is, with these new graphics cards coming out, the new graphics cards from both AMD and Nvidia are going to handle UE5 better. They're going to be better at UE5. It's the same story with how UE4... Remember when UE4 came out and it was like super hard to run? Does anybody remember when DX11 first came out? Like when DirectX 11, when that API first came out from Microsoft, I remember a lot of games. So there were games that had the DX9 mode and then the DX11 mode. And the DX11 mode was super hard to run in the beginning, so no one ever used it. And then eventually, because of new hardware, the newer GPUs were able to just brute force their way, and then it just got easier and easier and easier over time. And programmers made their games more friendly to DX11, I guess. They started actually learning how to optimize better with it compared to DX9, where everything was like so single-threaded back then. Yeah, I think most AAA games now are all DX12. I don't know of anyone who's just making a DX11 game anymore, because DX12 Ultimate has been out for a number of years now. Kazan. Oh, the demo for that is out. Thank you for reminding me. I need to get the demo. Yeah, I was supposed to play that. I was supposed to play either the Kazan demo or Dynasty Warriors Origins, but for some reason this game took way too long to play through, and we ended up talking like about graphics cards again for like 3 hours. This stream was basically 3 hours of graphics card discussion and like 40 minutes of actual gameplay. So it's no wonder we didn't get... So I can't really blame this game for not being able to play Dynasty Warriors on stream or the Kazan demo, the Berserker demo. That looks really good. That looks really good. And we pretty much ignored the Core Ultra 9. Yeah. Well, we are using it. I mean, we are using it. It's not like it's any different. Like, this game's not really gonna push it in any way compared to, like, I don't know, an actual MMO. Hold on, I need to find that demo now that you guys are mentioning that. The first Berserker. Kazan. Yeah, that looks super good. It's coming out March 27th. Download the demo. Man, this computer has like no free space. This Intel computer that I have, like there's like one other SSD besides the SSD that has Windows on it. I'm gonna have to, I don't know. I'm gonna have to get another SSD. It's not like I can buy another SSD. I don't have any money to buy an SSD if I'm planning on buying another graphics card. So I'm gonna have to like get an SSD from another computer or something. 285K running any better? It's pretty much the same as the 265K. Like, it's not really... What do you mean by better? I'm on the latest BIOS. If you're asking, like, microcode updates. I've done all the microcode updates. We talked about that at the very beginning of the stream, actually. So maybe this is a good stopping point to review the Intel Core Ultra stuff. So, hold on, where... Because I do have the thing running. So, hold on, where is... Okay. So, here is the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. You can see it is kind of stressed out right now. I don't know why. It just is. Like, the utilization is very, very high. My assumption is because it no longer has hyper-threading available. The E-cores are doing all the work. And 2 of the P-cores are doing some heavy, heavy lifting right now. So if we count these, let's count, as a group, let's count all these cores correctly. So starting from the top left, ending at the bottom right, we have P P E E E E E E E E P P P P E E E E E E E E P P. So we can deduce from that the last 2 cores are running the game, because those are the last 2 P cores on this CPU. So we have 2 P-cores up here. Then we have a huge block of 8 E-cores. Then we have 4 P-cores in the middle. Then another chunk of 8 E-cores. And then finally, the 2 final P-cores. So that's it. And okay, CPU utilization is going way down. So now they're starting to reveal their forms. As I said earlier, we have 2 P-cores up here. Then we have 4 P-cores in the middle. 2 over here, 2 over here, and then the last 2 P-cores are at the bottom. And then we have the integrated Intel graphics. Then we have the Intel AI NPU with a driver from May 29th of last year. That's fantastic. And then we have the AMD Radeon RX 7900 XTX made by AMD edition, rendering the game. It is not encoding the live stream. If it was encoding the live stream, it would be down here. We would see activity in the video codec engine. But instead, the live stream is being encoded. Now, Windows doesn't understand this new Intel CPU, so it stupidly says decode instead of encode. But I can assure you, the activity seen on the integrated graphics is encoding the live stream. That's what that is. So that's why that is that way. I purposely set it up that way to test that on this Intel CPU. Normally, I use the Radeon to do the live stream encoding, though. That's pretty much it. 96 gigabytes of RAM. We must run 96 gigabytes of RAM minimum because this is a 24-core CPU. You take the total physical core count, that's 24. You multiply it by 4. That will give you the amount of RAM that you must run in the computer at minimum. So you take 24 times 4, 96. Hence, we must run 96 gigabytes of RAM with this CPU for it to be properly utilized. And then we have without bottlenecking and resource contention. So then we have it running at 6,400 megatransfers on the RAM. We are running 2 sticks of G-Skill Trident Z5. So that is 2 times 48 for a total of 96 gigabytes. Is this godlike as well? No, this is not a godlike, no. The motherboard is the same motherboard that was showcased with the live stream build back in, what was that? When would we do this? October? November? I think it was October. No, this is the Asus Z890 Maximus Hero is the motherboard. The Maximus Hero from Asus. We can show that. I guess we can show it here. I don't know why this is like not uniform or anything, but anyway. Just to show the motherboard, we are using a very old Noctua NH D14. This isn't even a D15. This is the previous generation Noctua NH D14 with the D15 mounting bracket for LGA 1700. Now remember, this CPU uses LGA, and there's the ROG from the Asus on the back there. ROG from Asus, Republic of Gamers. So the cooler here is so old. This air cooler is so old that it does not support the Intel LGA 1851, nor does it support LGA 1700, the previous generation. However, I discovered that I could take the Intel mounting kit that comes with my NHD 15 and I can literally just use that with the old D14 and it works totally fine. So I'm basically using a D15 Intel mounting kit for LGA 1700 because LGA 1851, which is basically Arrow Lake, is backwards compatible with LGA 1700 mounting mechanisms because the screw holes are in the exact same spot. So, and yes, this cooler is definitely more than 10 years old. This D14 that I'm using is, I think it's from when did I get this thing? 2010 or 2012 or 2011. I'm using a cooler from more than 10 years ago. Let's say it's 12 years old, if not 14 years old. Yes, this air cooler is that old. And it works totally fine. It can handle the Intel Core Ultra 9. Now, the Intel Core Ultra 9, if I try to run Cinebench, it will shoot up to 102 degrees and thermal throttle, just like the previous 13900K. However, it takes longer. It takes longer to reach the thermal throttling point because it doesn't pull as much power as the previous generation. Now, it does overheat and it thermal throttles with this air cooler, but it just does not happen as quickly. And I have a feeling that when playing games, because we've kind of already shown this back when we did the Monster Hunter Wilds open beta test, we showed that the air coolers can handle the Intel Core Ultra. They cannot handle the Intel Raptor Lake, so 13 and 14th gen. But they will protect those CPUs from self-destructing. So that is why you still want to use them with those CPUs, even though they burn the CPU up at 100 degrees Celsius, even while gaming, as shown in that live stream. At stock settings, I might add. So that's fantastic, isn't it? Yes, overheating a CPU at stock settings. So yeah, now we're talking about the Intel CPU, but we kind of talked about this. I feel like most of the viewers just weren't here when we were talking about it earlier, but it was discussed. It was discussed. Do you lock your CPU cores on? What do you mean by lock your CPU cores? I don't know what you mean by that. I guess the answer is no, because I don't know what you're asking. No, I don't do anything besides the default. Whatever Windows wants to do, whatever Microsoft, the Lord and Savior Microsoft for all these CPUs, all the x86, let them do whatever they want. Oh, like choose the CPU speed? No, I just let it do whatever it wants to do. No. Windows, do whatever. You want to park cores, you want to do whatever you want to do, just do it. Whatever, I don't care. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Yeah. So it's funny because I like to put this here, I had to pull the 9800X3D system out of the way. And that thing is heavy. Like, that computer is super heavy. Because that's the Fractal Torrent case. Actually, well, the funny thing is this Intel is in an even heavier case. This case is like 30 pounds. It's ridiculous. Running a 7950X3D, that is such a good CPU. Even in 2025, that is still such a very good CPU. The 32 thread count, it's super quiet. You can run it on like a basic air cooler. Well, not a basic air cooler, but you know what I mean. You can run it on the air cooler that I'm using here, and it will be at full potential. Really good. Really, really good CPU. I can't wait for the 9950X3D. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do in terms of, like, what's going to get out of the way. Is this Intel going to get out of the way for the 9950X3D, or is the 9800X3D going to get out of the way for the 9950X3D? All I can say is one of those two CPUs will be out of here once the 9950X3D. I don't think I'm going to get rid of the 9950X. So right now, I have here... You guys know that we normally live stream on the weekend featuring a 9800X3D. The 9800X3D is the fastest gaming CPU on the planet. And it probably will remain that way for the entire year. The best CPU for overall productivity and like, it's like, you know, A, gaming, B, productivity, C, price, I guess, like big price or whatever. D, all of the above. E, none of the above. Or maybe D, none of the above. E, all of the above. This is the all of the above. The 9950X is such a good all-rounder. This thing is... There's a reason why this CPU gets to sit in the godlike. The 9950X is what I use with the MSI X870E godlike. And it's probably going to stay that way for the rest of the year unless the 9950X3D is just so surprisingly good that it can displace the 9950X. But yeah, 9800X3D, I'm not sure what the plans are with this CPU long term. If I get the 9950X3D, I figure, oh, I can just replace the 9800X3D with that CPU. And then that will basically be the CPU that sits here. But currently we have the Intel Core Ultra 9 sitting here instead. With the Asus... So it's funny because like these two computers, basically right now we have Asus and we have Asus. We have Asus X870E Crosshair Hero and we have Asus Z890 Maximus Hero. These two CPUs are on the exact same motherboard. It's just one of them has an Intel socket and the other one has an AMD socket. Zen 5 has unlocked X3D cores. Yeah, I know. That is the reason why I can't decide, like, am I going to replace the 9950X with that new CPU? Or am I going to replace the 9800X3D with that CPU? Because right now, if I'm going to make a comparison with this CPU, the 9800X3D, the proper comparison that I would showcase from Intel would be not the Core Ultra 9, but instead it would be this one, the Core Ultra 7 265K. So it's going to be 9800X3D versus 265K. That is the proper comparison. And both of them will end up being compared in mostly gaming-related scenarios. Now, for these the 9, so the Core Ultra 9 will go up against the 9950X, and also later on, it will go up against the 9950X3D. And that's where I think things are going to get really troubling for the 285K, because today, the 285K... basically, this CPU is either depending on the benchmark, it's either a little bit slower or equal to the Zen 5. And then in multi-thread, again, it depends on the application because Zen 5 has the full 32 threads, whereas the Intel Core Ultra only has 24 threads max. So... would you recommend 9070 XT over 5080? Why would I do that? That's not even proper comparison. That's like me saying you should get a 7800 XT instead of a 7900 XTX? Like, the answer there is no, because that's not the proper comparison. What is I25K? There's no such thing as I25K. It did lose in everything, yes. Okay, we can actually... well, I guess maybe that'll be the last thing we do here. Let's see, 265, well, 285K review. Let's see. Okay. Oh. This will probably be the last thing for the live stream, and then we're gonna end the live stream because we've been live for over 4 hours, which is the limit on this one. So here we go. You can see the green line is the Intel. Hold on. The green line represents the Intel. Ignore the blue one because that's power limits removed and no one actually uses unlimited power anymore, especially after what happened to the 14 and 13 gen dying because of the voltage. So you can see, here it is. So at stock, the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K, it looks like, okay, 9950X. 9950X is 2% faster in gaming. This is gaming at 720p. So this is maxing out the CPU bottleneck. 720p. Realistically, nobody would be gaming at 720p. So we'll look at the other ones in a second. But this is with a 4090 at 720p. The Intel Core Ultra 9 285K versus the 9950X. The 9950X is 2% faster. But now look at Intel's previous CPUs. So the 14th gen, the 13900K is 5% faster than the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. The 7950 X3D is 6% faster. 14900K, same deal. But look at this. 7800 X3D is 12.6% faster than the Intel Core Ultra. Now, that's not really a fair comparison, so let's look at this one. So here we go. Actually, hold on. That's only 3% slower or whatever. So hold on. Let's do 265K review. Let's do this one. So check this out. 265K. This is the one that I would be comparing to the 9800 X3D. So gaming 720p. Max out that CPU benchmark. Check it out. Look at this. Check it out. Here we go. Intel Core Ultra 7 265K. The 9700X. The 9700X is 5.1% faster than the Intel Core Ultra 7. Then we have the previous generation Intel. Raptor Lake is about 6 to 7% faster. And then we have the 7800 X3D. The 7800 X3D is 16% faster than the Intel Core Ultra 7. This is a proper comparison because these CPUs are 7 parts, meaning they are meant to be compared against each other from a price perspective. They're the same market segment. So I don't like when people compare 14900K to 7800 X3D because that is a stupid comparison. someone who's going to buy a $500 something CPU, or like whatever the retail price of that was at launch, is not going to care that a lower end CPU is beating it in gaming, because they're probably buying the i9 for a productivity reason. I hope they're not buying it for gaming, because if they're buying an i9 for gaming, then they're really doing something wrong with their life. That's what I'll say there. And we'll leave it at that. But anyway, the Core Ultra 7 265K at 100% loses to a 7800X3D, 16% faster. See, that's crazy. But if we look at the Ultra 9, the Ultra 9, the X3D beats it by 6%. I'm talking about the proper comparison, not the other one. I'm talking about the more expensive one, 6%. So, but even the productivity AMD, the one that has no Vcache, that one's still 2% faster. So that one's basically like Raptor Lake in terms of the gaming performance. But it uses way less electricity than Raptor Lake. So it's like, I guess you could overclock the AMD so it could use power kind of like Raptor Lake, and then it would probably be like better than Raptor Lake. I don't know. That would be some good content to explore though on the channel now that I think about it. We have done an overclocking guide for Zen 5, and I have done a review. Actually, I've already done a review, but I'm thinking like if I overclock, let's do a review where I overclock the CPU. Then what happens? That is probably worth investigating. Okay. Emulating PS3 is the only gaming-related use case I can think of. Well, no, not even that. Not even that, dude. You said emulating PS3. You know they've got benchmarks for that on here, right? So the answer there is no. You would go with AMD for that. Here, let's go. Let's look at emulation. Let's look at emulating PS3. PS3 emulator, RPCS3. Okay. 50 FPS, Red Dead Redemption. So Red Dead Redemption, well, actually, hold up. All of them are doing the same. Like, they're all like 50 FPS. So, I guess this is a scenario where it doesn't really matter. I guess the AMD ones and the Intel ones are basically the same in Red Dead Redemption. Well, hold on a second, because this one, the Core Ultra 7 kind of like fails here, like really hard. I don't know why. Even the i5 is a little bit better, but I don't understand what's going on there. But they're all around like 50 frames. It's anywhere from like 45 to 50 FPS in Red Dead Redemption PS3 emulation. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think the PS3 emulation is not really a good, like... Well, okay, granted, they only did one game. They only looked at Red Dead Redemption PS3 emulator, and they're all doing about, like, the worst case scenario is, like, DDR4. DDR4 is, like, really bad, but DDR5 computers are doing, like, way better. That's what I noticed. So DDR5 memory bandwidth helps PS3 emulation a lot. And then the Switch... Oh, man. Oh, Switch emulation. Okay, Switch in Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8. Oh, look. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Way down here at the bottom of the list. Intel Core Ultra 5. Intel Core Ultra 7. Now, 145 FPS is still, like, really, really good. So, the Core Ultra 7 does 146. The Core Ultra 9 does 153. But, okay, the 9950X does 182. The 7800X3D does 183. Here, Vcache doesn't really seem like it does anything, though. Although I could be wrong, I don't know. Because, like Zen 4 is actually the faster here. Like, I don't understand what's going on there. But anyway, like AMD, you want emulation? Like, okay, if you want Switch emulation, Ryzen's the answer right there. You want PS3 emulation? It doesn't really matter as long as you have DDR5, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of weird though, but yeah. Like, so technically Zen 4 non-X3D is the fastest at PS3 emulation for some weird reason. I don't know. I can't help but think that some of this was before the BIOS updates, though, for both of these. But yeah, I do plan on retesting these now that both platforms have gotten their BIOS updates. Like, AMD got the BIOS updates that fixed the inter-CCD latency for Ryzen 9. And then Intel also got their micro update that was supposed to do something. I mean, I've been running on the latest update since it came out, and I have yet to notice anything different, to be honest. Like, all my Cinebench scores and everything are still exactly the same. The temperature on this CPU? Let me see. Fire up hardware info 64 on here. Well, it's gonna be fine. It only overheats if you start rendering videos with it. Then it'll overheat, and that's mainly because I'm using an air cooler. Like, if I run Cinebench R23, it's gonna overheat. It'll go to 102 degrees, just like Raptor Lake. It just takes longer to overheat. Raptor Lake overheated like in 2 seconds. This thing takes like, I don't know, like 10 seconds or something to overheat. Yeah, my guess with the AVX 512 stuff is that the RPC didn't have the update to use it properly or whatever. I don't know. Because technically, Rocket Lake should... Oh, they didn't publish Rocket Lake. But Rocket Lake should be on here too. Yeah, temperatures for this thing are 52 to 65 right now. It's like jumping around. We will be testing the Core Ultra with like Monster Hunter Wilds in March. So it's, yeah, we'll be testing it with other games. No, it doesn't require anything. No one needs to look. If you have to do that, okay. Let me put it very simple. Let me make this very simple for people to understand. If your product requires someone to put a liquid cooler on it, then you just like you failed to engineer your product correctly. Like you just failed to make your product properly. Now, there's that sentiment or that viewpoint is starting to change, mainly because of the way data centers are structured now. Because really the consumer market is kind of like desktop consumer is nothing but a trickle down from the server space. Like that's basically what it is. So, and I'm seeing like what's happening in the server world is liquid cooling is becoming more relevant in that space. So maybe liquid cooling is more relevant. But as far as I'm concerned, no. These little desktop CPUs, like these Intel CPUs, these Ryzen CPUs, these are not like, you shouldn't have to liquid cool these as far as I'm concerned. Because these aren't even like true high-end desktops. Like, you know what a true high-end desktop is? A Threadripper. A Threadripper is a true high-end desktop. That is HEDT, high-end desktop. So that is what a true high-end desktop is. And you know what? You don't even have to water cool a Threadripper. Like I have Threadripper, I don't liquid cool it. It's on air. It's using a Noctua air cooler on a Threadripper. So you shouldn't have to use a liquid cooler with any of these consumer-grade CPUs. It shouldn't require an AIO. It shouldn't require any optimization. So, like, for those wondering, this Intel CPU and all my AMD CPUs, like when I run them, and if I'm gonna do a review on them, guess what? They're gonna run bone stock settings, and they're gonna be on air coolers, and they're gonna be running at JEDEC memory speeds. Like whatever the maximum supported speed is advertised, that's what it's gonna run. That's how the review is gonna be done. Now, other content like overclocking videos, like, oh, how does it perform if we overclock it? That's a separate content piece. That, yes, that can be done. And for that sort of thing, once you start overclocking, yeah, now you need better cooling rather than like the typical run-of-the-mill air cooler that you would stick on there in the first place. Because if you're going to overclock, there's a understanding that you're going to raise the system to run outside of the stock specifications, which means you're going to need to increase the cooling because that is how you overclock. Like if you don't understand that concept, I'm sorry, you just don't understand how computers work. But not to single anybody out, I'm just saying that a consumer-grade computer, a desktop computer, should be able to be cooled sufficiently at stock with any sufficient air cooler. And I'm not even running like a ghetto air cooler. We're running a Noctua NHD15. This is a higher-end dual-fin air cooler. This is not some, $20 Evo 212 or something, like a single stack, or like an AMD Wraith Prism or whatever. No, we're running an actual proper air cooler on here. So this should be more than enough for this CPU. In fact, the Noctua D14 and the D15 are good for 250 watt TDP. And the Intel PL1 and PL2 are 250 watts on the CPU. That's how it's set up as stock. So right now I can see in hardware info, PL1 is 250 watts, PL2 is 250 watts. So it's no different from what happened with Raptor Lake after they did the BIOS update to mitigate the voltage problem. Yeah, there's no... I 100% agree. The D15 should be able to handle any consumer-grade CPU. At stock setting, it should be able to handle it. No problem. Like, for example, this CPU cooler right here. This CPU cooler right here. This thing. This. That. This D14. You know what? You know what this was cooling for the last 2+ years? 13900K. Yes, 13900K. The 13900K was cooled. My 13900K was cooled by this, not even D15. This old from 2010 D14. This D14 cooled and handled a 13900K for over 2 years. For over 2 years. And it prevented it from dying to the voltage problem. This D14 saved my 13900K's life. It literally prevented that thing from death. It saved it from itself. We went in depth on that topic. If you guys are curious to understand the history and the reasoning behind that, we're not going to get into that because we're at the end of the stream. But what I will say is go watch the Monster Hunter Wilds beta test live stream that I did back in November, specifically featuring the 13900K. That was probably the only time that you ever saw me stream using that 13900K. It was a very strange stream. It had different audio setup. It had a different webcam setup. I was physically in a different location than my normal location. So it's probably a very interesting live stream. Yeah, Min saw it. You saw what happened. You saw it touch 100 degrees. Every time the 1300K touched 100 degrees was a moment where it could have killed itself if it wasn't for that D14. So the D14, this very D14 on the screen right here, was responsible for handling my 13900K for over 2 years. And it kept it alive. It prevented its death. Otherwise, it probably would have died to the voltage problem. But mine is still good. It is 100% good with no defect in working order. It's still strong to this day, even though it doesn't have anything on it anymore. It was gutted and everything was taken and given to the AMD computers that were built over those multiple live streams. So it's like, well, actually, I think one of the SSDs is in this computer now. Oh, you guys can see it on the screen. Right there. That right there. See that up there? That Asus 3534, that is the CPU. That is the, what is that? That's not the package. That is the core temperatures. Core temperatures. Right there. The Asus Maximus Hero displays it on the debug LED while you're in Windows. This Noctua is making my Intel CPU run at 36 degrees Celsius. Noctua air cooler. 35 degrees. 36 degrees with Noctua air cooling on an Intel Core Ultra 9. I mean, you've seen the same thing with the D15 on the 9800X3D. So, yeah, we'll be doing more tests. Now that I think about it, we're probably going to leave this computer here. I will probably use this because, man, now I kind of wish that either I wasn't using the Godlike on the other computer and instead I had the Asus, because it would be like Asus and Asus. Asus Maximus, Asus Crosshair. We got Asus Maximus Hero right here, and we have, well, you guys can't really see it, but actually you technically can if I move the camera. So this computer, this is the Lian Li Lancool 3. This is the case that houses the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K with a reference 7900 XTX. So that is that with the Asus Maximus Hero Z890. So that is in the Lian Li Lancool 3. And then over here, sitting on the floor, sad, completely disconnected and abandoned, is the Fractal Torrent. The Fractal Torrent has, let me see if I open this up, because this only has like a panel right here. So I don't have any lights or anything, so I can't really I can't power it up. You can see it's like not even powered up. But that in there is the computer that I normally do these like gaming streams on. That computer is the 9800X3D with the 7900 XTX Red Devil from Power Color. And it has the Asus X870E Crosshair Hero, which is exactly the same as the Maximus Hero. The Maximus Hero, Maximus equals Intel, Crosshair equals AMD. Both of them are Hero. That's all you need to know to remember it. So they have identical motherboards. They're basically identical. Both of them have the exact same ROG thing. The only difference is the Intel, the Maximus, the Intel version has a red outline. The ROG has that red for some reason. The AMD one is like a slight blue monochromatic look, which you guys have already seen in previous videos. So I don't know why the AMD one has the blue one and the Intel one has the red one. I feel like it should have been the other way around, but whatever. Whatever, Asus. Yeah, this computer is using, so people are probably wondering, like, what is that thing down there? That is the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K capture card. That is plugged into the X4 slot. So unlike the AMD version, there are actually a couple of differences. So the Intel Maximus Hero does not have an X8 slot, which means you can't do proper dual graphics cards with this motherboard. That is the biggest thing. The AMD variant, the Crosshair Hero, has an X8 slot that shares lanes with the top slot. But what that means is I can run dual graphics cards in the X870 Crosshair Hero, which is exactly what I'm doing in that motherboard. We are running an XTX with an Intel Arc A380 in that Crosshair Hero. Whereas here we have a 7900 XTX and an AverMedia Live Gamer 4K, because this motherboard has an X4 slot. The AMD motherboard has an X8 slot that shares lanes with the top slot, so that means I can run dual graphics cards. Both of them will get 8 lanes of Gen 5 bandwidth, potentially, if they're Gen 5 GPUs. So, in my opinion, I think the AMD one's a little bit better if you're going to do multi-GPU. The Intel one's better if you're only going to do one graphics card. But the other thing is, like, capture card wise, it doesn't really matter because, like, both of them have USB 4. The Maximus Hero has Thunderbolt 4. The Crosshair Hero has USB 4. I have tested my Live Gamer. Actually, it's over here on the floor. So just to close this, get this out of the way. So right there on the floor, that thing with the RGB, it just looks sad in the pile of cables. That is my Live Gamer Bolt. This is a Thunderbolt 3 4K 60 external capture card that requires 40 gigabit USB. So this is fully compatible with USB 4, and I use this with either the Asus Crosshair Hero for AMD, or I use it with, as shown here, with the Intel Maximus over the Thunderbolt 4 port on the back. So that is how you do, like, this is how you would actually do proper live streaming if you were going to stream, like, for instance, consoles. Like, that's how I stream my PS5 Pro. That's how we streamed Astrobot the other day. Yeah, no, I don't do cable management because I change my hardware too often. Like, I literally had to rip that other desktop out of the way and put this one here. So, no. I tried to, like, in the very beginning, I tried to maintain the cables, but no. It's just too much extra work for no reason. When you swap computers as often as I am doing it, you'll realize, no, it doesn't make sense to do all that cable management. I mean, maybe, I guess, but it's like, nah, it's just too many extra steps for no reason. But yeah, March for the... So if you guys want the 9950X3D, that's going to be March. That's March of this year. So you're going to be waiting for like 2 months. I don't know exactly when in March, but it's going to be March. So CPU-wise, really the best gaming CPU right now is 9800X3, and best productivity CPU is 9950X, as far as I'm concerned. As someone who literally has used all of these CPUs, including these Intel CPUs, the best user experience is coming from AMD right now. Intel's not bad if you're doing productivity. Like, if you're doing, like, if you want to build a mini high-end desktop and you don't want to pay for a Threadripper motherboard or a Threadripper CPU, Intel Core Ultra is a decent alternative, I would say, to the Ryzen 9. However, you are going to lose your thread count. You're only going to have 24 threads, but you have 24 physical CPUs, so you better, if you're going to get a Core Ultra 9, and this also applies to Core i9, actually, you better have 96 gigabytes of RAM in that computer, otherwise you're doing it wrong. The AMD can get away with 64 gigabytes because it's 16 cores, 16 physical cores, despite having 32 actual threads to the operating system. So, very interesting CPUs. I like all these CPUs because none of them are actually alike. They're all different in certain ways. 9070 XT should be next week. If the Micro Center guy, unless he misinterpreted what the AMD guy told him in their training session, because he told me that the AMD rep told them that this Thursday is the launch. They can actually start selling them on Thursday, according to him. That's what he told me. Now, I didn't believe him at first, and he tried to assure me that, no, that's what he heard. That's what the AMD rep told him. So, it sounds like they're launching on the 23rd. But I don't know. I still am a little bit kind of like, did he really hear that correctly? So, I don't know. Actually, no. So, okay, what do you mean by Intel's IMC is pretty good? Intel's IMC is actually capable of using CUDIM. It can communicate with CUDIM, which is one way that it could achieve higher memory speeds. Otherwise, you would need a 2-DIMM motherboard, and you would need, like, you would hope that you win the Silicon Lottery, because you can't really do... well, okay. So what I can tell you is I have not tested 8000 yet on the Core Ultra 9. I have tested 8000, so DDR5-8000 with the Core Ultra 7, and it works. So my assumption is the Core Ultra 9 should perform the same. Like, I should also be able to do 8000. But with AMD, with these high-end motherboards, AMD can do 8000 on like every single one of these CPUs. Like, I don't even have to think about it. I just set it and forget it. I don't even have to stability test it because I know it works. Obviously, I stability tested it last year when we were doing 8000 overclocking for the very first time. But as far as I'm concerned, Intel, there's more variability in the IMC because my 13900K could not do 8000 at all. Like, it was not stable. I had to drop it down to like 7600 or 7800. It could not do 8000. And I had a $500 Gigabyte Aorus Master motherboard. So it's not like some cheap motherboard. So I couldn't blame the motherboard because my AMD Aorus Master, I could do all of my AMD CPUs at 8000 on my Gigabyte Aorus Master, but I couldn't do my 13900K at 8000 on the Gigabyte Aorus Master. But with the Core Ultra 7, I could do 8000 no problem. So I think the Core Ultra is better than the Core i9 for memory overclocking, for sure. '24th of January? Really? Well, yeah. Like, I guess for EU and Asia, it's the 24th. For North and South America, it's the 23rd. Yeah. Anyway, guys, that's probably going to be for this stream. I did not realize we've been live for over 4.5 hours. That's way longer than I originally wanted to do. So, well, anyway, we started talking about CPUs, then we got sidetracked and talked about GPUs for 3 hours. Then I did about like 40 minutes of gameplay, and then the rest of the stream was like CPUs again. So... all right, well, we may do another live stream tomorrow. Because I actually have a 3-day weekend because of MLK. We have Martin Luther King Day in the US on Monday, so I do not work on Monday. So we may do a live stream tomorrow because I have a 3-day weekend. So I'm not sure what we're going to talk about, unless we're going to talk about 9070 XT and like 5090 again. It's like I feel like we've talked about GPUs so much that when they finally come out, I don't even want to talk about them once they come out. Like, but I know we're going to talk about them on Tech Thursdays. We're going to talk about them on the launch day. Tech Thursdays is actually on the launch day. In fact, I just realized something. Tech Thursdays this week this coming week is on the 23rd. That's supposed to be the AMD GPU launch. And then a week after, it's the 5090 and the 5080 launch. So there's just going to be nothing but GPUs. It's just going to be GPUs for like the rest of this entire month. So, wow. Alright guys, that's going to be it for this stream. If you're new to the channel, do get subscribed. We do these type of live streams sporadically on the weekend, but we do a weekly live show every Thursdays called Tech Thursdays. So if you like this kind of content, this discussion with the chat and everybody kind of like engaging in an open discussion like this, do get subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell icon to get notified when I go live, because sometimes we do these live streams, like I said, sporadically on the weekend. So if you want to participate, you do want to be notified when I go live, so that you can join in with everybody. So once again, everybody, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks.